risk profiling element of it that has always been missing. Not necessarily missing, but that is a big challenge in the insurance space.
Absolutely.
I mean, risk-based pricing. So your platform is solving that. That's a fantastic one.
Absolutely. You know, risk, because for a lot of times what customers get is blanket pricing.
Yeah.
And my risk is different from Kaede's risk, is different from your risk, you know. And we think that pricing should be personalized, right? Such that it reflects on your risk and what it poses to the balance sheet, as well as, you know, to everybody else that is contributing into the pool in the Takaful instance, for example. And that's what we've done. So with AIICO, you know, we're going together, right, to democratize access to insurance, optimize the customer experience, and make insurance enjoyable for all. You know, and that's what we're very excited about our collaboration with AIICO. We've launched the partnership, and all the reaction has been extremely positive, because AIICO is a giant. You see what I mean? You know, AIICO is a giant. AIICO is top two in Nigeria across all metrics, whether, you know, gross premiums, revenue, etc. You know, and they've collaborated with ETAP now, which I think is something that you should see and maybe track. Typically, insurance companies see insurtechs as competitors, right? AIICO saw ETAP as a partner and an enabler, right?
Fantastic. That's the question. That's where I was going to
understanding that we're not the competition. The market is the competition. We have a penetration of 2%, but by fusing with ETAP and going offensive on digital, we can drive the penetration higher. You know, I think that as a country, we need to be targeting to be very, very close to where South Africa is, you know, which is 13+% penetration. And that's what we can fuse now with the size of AIICO and the futuristic technology of ETAP. And I think we have a 30 seconds video that will play after our panel that we'll be able to see some of the things that we're talking about.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Let me come to AIICO. I think that deserves that applause. Thank you. Okay, so you see, in strategy, there's what we call profit formula as it relates to innovation. And the profit formulas of giants like AIICO usually is significantly different from startup profit formulas, right? Profit formula is not necessarily profit from the way you may see it, but it's simply a formula for knowing what making money means, what margins make sense, what resources, what people go into, what processes go into business. And you would agree with me that in AIICO, for example, it should be completely different from here, right? In terms of how agile, and because of that significant difference in profit formula, it's always difficult to find, you know, big players collaborate efficiently or think about collaboration with startups as a first option. A lot of times they would rather go and try to do their own thing or model it. So what was the biggest inspiration and motivating factor for AIICO to go into this partnership with ETAP?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. And again, Brian, great to meet you once again. 2 years ago, AIICO developed a digital strategy. And one of the major factors we considered was we want to build a digital business. And if you're trying to build anything, you can either decide to buy, build from scratch, or borrow, or leverage what is existing. And we looked at the market, who has done this very well, and is there opportunity to collaborate? I mean, taking insight from last year's team about collaboration, partnership, and that's the major reason why we partnered with ETAP. I mean, there's no point trying to rebuild what is already existing. And like you mentioned, we're not competing, we're actually collaborating to reach the target market. So we believe the power of the technology behind the ETAP platform with the capital base and the reach of ICO will make a very good solid combination to go into the market. And the goal is to increase penetration at the end of the day. So there's no need trying to recreate it. If it already exists, you can borrow, and that can give you a leverage to reach even your audience or your customer faster and better. I mean, I'm sure they've spent minimum 2, 3, 4, 5 years building that solution. So if I were to start from now, then maybe by 2030, then I will bring in my own solution to the market, but they have taken over the market. So it's best, and I'm speaking to not just ICO, also to other underwriters in the room. It's always good sometimes to partner with people that are in your line of business so that you can leverage the capability that's already existing to reach your customer faster. And in terms of profitability, for me, the more unit I can sell, the more profit I can make. So if I can sell one using my own, but if I can sell 100 or 1,000 riding on ETAP's platform, then you can be sure the economics makes sense for us. So partnership is the way to go, and we're excited to be on this journey with Ibrahim and his team.
Fantastic. So just a very quick follow-on question. So what is the model of this partnership? When I say model, what does ICO provide? What does ETAP provide? How do you engage in terms of reconciliation? How is it designed? Is it on an ongoing basis? Is it, you get what I mean?
Did you sign NDA?
No, don't give us the secret to the profit formula. Just tell us how the model, so is it that ICO provides the product or the infrastructure?
You've gone to a restaurant, how did you prepare this nice food? Leave, as Wike would say, leave that. No, but I'll answer some of the questions. We're doing it together in a way where what the customer experience is one experience, right? I know that you have the backing of ICO, and you're enjoying the technology that ETAP gives. So you'll see things like a co-branded certificate. The business model is the business model, and I think that's probably not like public consumption, right? But the experience to the customer is one. In collaborating with ICO, and this took months for us to figure out the best way to do this, right? We realized very quickly that they were also a very customer-centric company, which you don't see a lot with traditional insurance businesses. Typically, traditional insurance businesses are regulatory-centric or actuarial-centric, right? But it's very rare to see, insurance businesses that say, you know what, like I always want customers to be happy. I always want to pay claims on time, right? I'm doing my claims in X number of days or X number of hours. What can enable me to do this even faster, right? So that is the model that we're taking with this, where the ICO community then has access to the technology that ETAP has in driving insurance experience and enabling you to be able to do all these things. And ETAP community now has increased rest assurance that that the coverage is underwritten by ICO with the trust that they've trusted over the last 60 years. 60 years is a long time. So that's what the model. I guess that's what the model is.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, maybe another information just to know in terms of the claims. The flexibility that we brought to the table is that we allowed ETAP to be able to process some claims subject to a particular limit.
Yeah.
So that makes it even faster. So, but if it's beyond that threshold, then there'll be internet consultation between us before that. So that again makes the customer experience seamless, such that the customer knows that if there's a claim beyond a certain limit, I can get the payout immediately from ETAP. Yeah.
Fantastic. That is in fact the core of the model I wanted to know, because claims is the biggest cause of trust deficit between the populace and the insurance space, in the insurance sector. And you're right, a lot of insurance companies are regulator-centric or actuarial-centric. Now, that brings me to the question around regulation. From my experience interacting, again, I've done a lot of strategy work in the insurance space. And I'm surprised that Aiko has not yet worked with us, but that's okay.
Give me your card.
I will give, of course, I'm going to give you my card very soon. Odeon, I'll give you your invoice later. So, a lot of times, there's this fear, be it real or unreal, or if I can call it reluctance to go transformative, to do this type of thing, just because we're thinking that, and I said it yesterday, that innovation usually goes ahead of regulation all over the world. It's not a Nigerian thing. Usually regulators will then play catch up. As a matter of fact, when I was the head of strategy I'm not going to mention the company name, but in a capital market institution, we had to, for every transformative initiative, you literally have to engage. You have to go with regulators to wherever you are going to, so that they are part of it. Otherwise, it's going to halt. So, how did you come to realize, or what was the process, or what was the thinking that made you overcome that regulation, in terms of regulation barrier? Because I'm sure you must have considered it in that month of consultation.
All right, thank you very much. Very good question. So in terms of regulation, what is the product? Is your regular, so I'm speaking to fellow underwriters in the room, it's your regular motor insurance product, which you already have approvals for, right? And you're permitted to sell that product via any channel you so desire to. Physically, people can walk to your offices to buy, or on your website to buy, anywhere, stand on the road, you have approval to sell that product. So what is different now? I'm still selling the product. I could put the product on my own mobile app, on my website to buy, to sell. So what is changing now? I'm leveraging another mobile app to sell. So that conversation with the regulator was an easier conversation to do. That it's same product, it's just the channel of selling it that is different. And it's still a collaboration. So I guess maybe sometimes underwriters are too fearful or concerned that there may be a regulatory barrier, but which is not. Actually,
even
the regulator,
yeah,
so the regulator was even very much supportive of this, and they're happy about the innovation. So please be bold and take initiatives to the regulator, and you'll be surprised that they easily approve it, or there's no even need for any approval, just on a need, just to let them know this is happening, and that is all.
You see, thank you, because it's sweeting me the way you are speaking directly to underwriters, because you see, what I said yesterday, competition as against competition is the only way that we can move forward in this industry. And where it comes from, but it's so strong, in the insurance space, that it is slowing us down, right, in terms of accelerated growth. And that brings me to you. In terms of partnerships, are you looking at expanding the partnership base, or how does ETAP work? Who are your partners now? I know you mentioned MTN. And how does that help you with speed to market?
Thanks. I'd like to touch on regulation. I think that because of it being a regulated industry, and organizations just being afraid of maybe their license being revoked or getting huge fines, it's normal for them to have the apprehension, right, and always want to go for approval. I think maybe insurtechs have a little bit less to lose than bigger insurance companies, so that allows us to innovate willingly or innovate faster. Today, NICOM, and we've had a lot of engagements with senior leadership at NICOM, right? I know that they are also of the opinion that to really move the needle is going to be driven by technology, right? So what they're doing now is to create regulatory guidelines that would enable this to happen, right? They've created sandboxes, they're doing all sort of acceleration programs, and now they've also realized that the web aggregator license category is grossly insufficient for what insurtechs do. So what they're currently doing now is actually drafting a focused insurtech regulation that would guide a lot of the things that we do. But until then, there is no law that is being broken or being or in contravention of, but NICOM is very aware. In Ghana as well, the NIC, actually, they also just finished drafting their InsurTech guideline as well, So I think we're going to see a lot of that across the African continent, which is very important because honestly, the only way that we can drive this thing is using technology, particularly now where, we have a growing middle class population, a lot more people are financially, technologically included, financial inclusion as well as reason. So all those things are the things that technology will piggyback on to accelerate this. In terms of partnerships and working with insurance companies, we have a specific product for collaborating with insurance companies. It's called Balloon. And what Balloon does is that it allows insurance companies to distribute their products, right? Think of it as an agency app on steroids. It allows anybody to download an app and start to sell. Once you are verified, you automatically open a bank account for you. We've built it in a way that commission payments is instant, reconciliation is instant, customer relationship management is instant. But for car insurance, our collaboration is with AICO and AICO alone, right?
AICO don't lock una.
It's a co-creation partnership, and it's incredible. So it's not like AICO is just selling via ETA, right? There are radio ads going on, I think maybe from next week, that has ETAP and AICO in them. Oh. You just know what I mean? There are all sort of actual marketing campaigns that are happening.
They're working on the journey end to end.
Yeah, so it's you say if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. And with ETAP and AICO, we're going to go very far.
Thank you so much. This is my last question. I don't know how many minutes I have, but I guess we should be wrapping up by now. The broker market. Are there brokers in the house? No broker. So the broker market is something to talk about because clearly the broker market is a very significant and dominant factor in the insurance space. Now, when we're talking about insurance meeting technology, which is what this conference is about, what is the role of the broker market? You will have a better understanding. So can you quickly tell us?
All right, thank you. Brokers are very important in the insurance value chain in Nigeria. You cannot underestimate the role they play. They hold a significant level of leverage in the industry, and we need to continue to work with them. In my own views, I guess what underwriters need to do more is to find a way of increasing or deepening their partnerships. Again, through technology, it's possible. In AICO currently, we're looking at building a dedicated portal for our brokers to improve efficiency in the way we interact and rate with them. I think I see somewhere down here, one of the underwriters has a brokers portal already for their brokers. So it's important. I'm not sure you can take brokers out of the market. They're very significant. They play a significant role, and we're also willing to partner with them. If there are opportunities, there are some brokers that give us significant volumes. We might even drive those products or their businesses via the ETAP platform also. So brokers are important in the market, and we'll continue to work with them. But the final comment would be, can we also automate or bring technology to improve the level of relationship that we're getting from brokers? Today, for our corporate business, up to 70-80% of those businesses come from brokers. So they're very significant. You cannot underestimate their value. But question, if I can leverage technology, then maybe we can do much more better working with the brokers.
Fantastic, thank you. On a closing note, I know he already mentioned, you have something to say, yeah? What? Oh, you have something. Oh, okay. So on a closing note, because the perception has always been that, I've spoken to a couple of brokers, and there was a thought at some point that tech can be a competition to the broker market because it takes away that middle line. Even though really most tech are retail focused, a lot of brokers are wholesale focused or corporate focused or something. Have you thought at any point in time, aside now, I mean, and if you guys come up with anything that you want to tell him, I will invoice you for that idea. But have you thought about the role of the brokers and possibility of partnering with brokers? I was also talking to a broker yesterday, and he showed me what they are building in terms of technology and all that. So how do you think, or are you looking, where do you think that the partnership would come from between technology and the broker market?
Thank you very much. I think that, you know, as I said earlier, the market is the competition. So what we're doing as part of the collaboration with AICO is also to co-create in a way that it enables all the key stakeholders, because brokers are really big stakeholders in the insurance market, and agents as well, to enable them to be able to do their business easier and faster and a bit more efficiently, perhaps also reduce their cost and their expense as well. You know, so we're not trying to disintermediate them in any way, right? We're trying to build the market or unlock the market in a way that it can be bigger for everybody to be more successful. And as I round up, I'd like to acknowledge, you know, Mr. Shodemo's involvement, Mr. Piyush, Mr. Fajemirokun, and the ETAP team as well, you know, for bringing this collaboration to life. It is huge, perhaps maybe the biggest insurtech collaboration on this show so far. So it's very exciting, and I think that without, you know, the ETAP team and this the AICO team as well, you know, working together to bring it to life, it may not have happened. So exciting days ahead.
So I think that's a very good note to give this collaboration a very thunderous round of applause. So please, if you are on closing thoughts, if you are an insurance player here, please look out for possible ways to collaborate with technology founders, with tech providers. It's not every time that you have to build from scratch. Even when you build, you still need to connect to APIs of other people to, you know, to make your own platform stronger. And it's also important that we bring regulators to the conversation to better understand what we are trying to do. And within your institution, I think that the relationship with regulators should move from fear to collaboration, engagement, right? More of engagement. A lot of times, you know, insurance players are even afraid to engage at all. And I think that on that note, I would like to say thank you very much for listening to us with rapt attention, and cheers to a lot more collaboration in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, just 1 second. There's a video that we're actually going to play as far as that collaboration is discussed. So we want to make sure that we get that video for our folks. So you guys can sit down. You guys can sit down while we take that video.
One word, you. It's why they started AICO and why we started ETAP. They had this crazy idea to democratize car insurance by having the best customer experience and the best people to protect what you value most. We had this crazy idea to put technology at the heart of everything, leveraging artificial intelligence to build a car insurance experience in Africa like never seen before. For over 50 years, they've worked on things that matter, the best people, keeping promises. We've worked to remove all the obstacles that stand in the way of ordinary people. We've made payments flexible and claims lightning fast, and also reward you for driving safely. Together, we are bringing a new meaning to the very word that drove us to begin our journey, you. With AICO and ETAP, you'll be able to earn points for driving safely, spend these points on things you love, including food, groceries, and petrol. You will also be able to make claims without hassle, enjoying a network of repair garages across the country. AICO's community will have access to ETAP's promising technologies, while ETAP's community can be reassured on the 60 years of trust with AICO. Together, we'll create a whole new experience, rewriting the future of insurance, because at AICO and ETAP, it's all about you. Are you ready? Download the ETAP app from iOS and Google Play Store today.
Round of applause. Great stuff. Great. No, you're still not going anywhere. There are questions. No, sit back down. Sit back. Go back. No, I'm not letting you go. That is. There was a reference to the brokers. I think we have the brokers in the house here that are seated here. So we're going to get Q&A from the audience. If you have a question, because I have questions, and if that's my job to ask questions, so I've got about 4, 5. So if you want to have a question for these folks, especially how the collaborations are working, and also how insurance can be elevated with technology, do raise your hand. Tell us where you're from, your organization, and then go ahead and ask your question. So while folks are getting ready to do that, my first question, there was a mention of artificial intelligence and how that is going to enhance the product delivery for the insurance sector. There's the hype around AI, and then that's its utility. Can you guys, Brian, if you want to take it, or head of ICO can take it, the utility of AI, Mr. Olusanjo showed him, if you want to take that either, talk about the utility, as in the use case.
I can take it, or I think we can take it together, actually. One of the things that we saw with insurance was that many things that we can use artificial intelligence for, in risk profiling, in pricing, in pre-loss assessment, in claims processing, to make it very fast, we're being done manually, right? So one, we use machine learning for pricing, such that it would price your risk based on, it will price your premium based on your risk, and continuously in the year reprice your risk and reprice your premium. With pre-loss inspections for car insurance, what would happen would be that a technician would have to come to your house to visit you and take pictures of your cars or a video of your car. But now with AI-led technology, all that happens when you're trying to insure your car now is that you see a 3D model of your car. When you tap different parts of the car, it will first launch your device camera, and you can then do a virtual pre-loss inspection. It will upload it with geodata, so the date timestamp, so we know that this is the condition of Rotus's car as at today, the 29th of September, from this inspection that was done at civic centers, without a human being coming to you. When you get into an accident and you make claims,
if I get into an accident, not when. If
you drive in Lagos, I think it's when. But if you get into an accident and you make a claim, what it would then do is that it would go and fetch the conditions of your car at the beginning of your policy and identify where the changes have been made, right? To identify the damage and offer you instant settlement based on the damage assessment, etc., etc. And that is why today you would agree with me that it is mind-blowing to be able to process and settle insurance claims in Nigeria in 3 minutes. And that is the power of technology.
Beautiful stuff. Awesome. So I want to follow, Mr. Shodemi, let me follow up on that. Because Ibrahim is talking about, he made a statement where he said, without a human being coming to meet you, right? There is this fear about AI and tech reducing human inputs and reducing jobs, frankly, right? On my show, every Friday, my colleague is covering for me now, but on Arise Global Business Report on Fridays, we cover technology. We have featured robots making French fries in a restaurant. We have featured, robots that can fly plane. I don't know who's going to fly a plane with a robot, but I want you to, ICO is a giant company. You have thousands of employees. Will jobs be replaced? I mean, with where things are going?
Not exactly. So what we're going to do is to redeploy people. Before now, I mean, what you described would have sent people, agents on the road, to go and inspect the vehicle, take pictures, then document everything, bring it back to the office. So with this innovation now, then we have to reassign those people to other functions, other roles to play. And that's what's going to happen. So not complete replacement. Their role, their functions will change. But for what they are doing right now, there may be a change in that. But we will reassign them to other duties or other responsibilities. That's what's going to happen. So the fear of AI, robots fully replacing jobs, maybe not completely, but there are other things that the robots or the AI cannot do that will still need somebody to do physically. Yeah.
Great stuff. Go ahead, Ibrahim.
So if I can very quickly add something, I think that there is too much of underemployment and redundant employment happening in Africa because of technology deficiency. So you see a lot of people doing work that a machine should be doing while the person should be using his brain a lot more. So we use our brain a lot less and use our physical capacity a lot more. And there's always a limit to the income that you can make when you are not functioning with your brain. So I think that as we adopt more technology, we would repurpose or we channel our energies to brain work, and our people can then make more money. So,
sorry, if I may also add to it. So internally, there's a process we do in ICO that we call it actuarial valuation. So all our businesses, the actuary guys need to value the liabilities monthly. Now, it takes them minimum 2-3 weeks to complete the process. I mean, before now. But we started using what we call RPA, robotic process automation. With that process, using the robot, so to speak, that can be done, reduce the processing time to just 2-3 days from 3 weeks. Wow. Now, giving that efficiency to the team then to now begin to study the pattern of the data and know where we can make more money or where we need to reduce liability or where we need to increase our asset on. So imagine from 3 weeks struggling with data analysis to now just 2-3 days, because before you know it, by the end of the month now, by the 1st, the robot will run all the analysis. The guys come to the office the next morning, they just look at the data and they begin their work from there. So imagine the efficiency, the improvement in efficiency. So that's why I was saying that not complete replacement, but improve the output and productivity of the team.
So the guys who are reviewing the data, what the robot has assessed, what they would have been the ones previously to do the evaluation previously.
Exactly.
So now they're just reviewing it and they haven't lost their jobs. They're just going to review the data and still be employed.
No, imagine the waste of manpower. So before now, we could have 3-4 people doing that. Right. But now maybe just 1 or 2 people doing that. We reassign them maybe internally, or maybe they find another efficient job somewhere.
I think there is also something we're missing. That this technology that we're talking about, as it is reducing or increasing efficiency, is also coming up with new skills. Yeah. So it's also replacing jobs. So it's now up to us to ask ourselves, do we want to continue to cry over the redundancy that it is reducing, or do we want to upskill to catch up with technology?
And the efficiency is bringing, I mean, because of that work, the profitability of the organization is increasing. So, yeah.
Right. Let me. And you know, technology doesn't fall from heaven. People have to build it. So, you know, to their point of role reassignment, that's typically what happens. You know, I'll tell you a story. 100 years ago, the wealthiest man probably had a horse, right? And had maybe a nice carriage that was attached to the horse. And then the automobile industry was founded, and in 2 decades, it entirely wiped out the horse industry. But what then happened is that the people that used to manage carriages and repair carriages became mechanics. And then they started to fix cars and do a lot more and earn a lot more. That is typically what happens when you have innovation and technology. Jobs and profiles would evolve, people's responsibility would evolve, and ultimately people would actually be able to do more, be more, earn more, and be more fulfilled. So that's typically what you see.
I just thought of one more thing. I know I'm extending this and we should move on, but electric vehicles, use less parts than fossil fuel cars. So the theory is that and I know we're still a ways from there, but if there's a proliferation of electric vehicles, the idea is that people will probably drive those vehicles for a longer period of time. And the maintenance may not be as much as changing all these things in the fossil fuel car. So is that good for you guys? I mean, it sounds like it would be, right? If we gradually move there and people are driving vehicles for longer, then your as far as gross written premiums are concerned and so on, that is extended. What's your take on electric vehicles? Either of you can take it, both. It's all good. Anyway.
I mean, the concept of insurance is to cover risk, right? So whether it's electric or manual or fossil fuel, there's still a danger that that vehicle could have an impact, and that's what the insurance should cover. So I believe insurance will still have a role to play, even in the event of all of us moving to electric vehicles. So there may still be an impact with one car or injury to another person or even to the driver. So those are the risks. So it's not really about the technology powering the vehicles, but the risk around the usage of the vehicle that the insurance is covering. So I believe the more the cars on the road, the more business for insurance to stay on the right and provide coverage for.
Okay, we've got questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alfred Tabiti from Royal Exchange General Insurance. First things first, I must commend ETAP and particularly Ibrahim. He's been a fantastic person. And your accomplishments so far, they are just there to celebrate. All right, but I'll start with the question raised by Rotus in terms of AI taking over jobs. I think in this market, that is not likely to happen anytime soon. If you take, in terms of premium generation today, the traditional agency system in retail insurance still contributes about 80% of total premium generated. And digital platforms today delivers less than 1%. So to catch up in terms of contribution will take maybe another 5-10 years. So in terms of job replacement, I think people in that space do not necessarily need to be afraid, because it will take quite some time to catch up with that. Then I have a question with regards to the process, particularly when it comes to policy administration. So one of the benefits of this significant partnership is that premiums can then be paid daily, weekly, and monthly basis. Now, on the assumption that complete documentation is done by ICO, I think that would be straightforward. But where, for example, for motor insurance, you still have to connect with the NIDD platform or something to upload and ensure that these things are there. So if I pay my premiums on monthly basis or daily basis, how do you deal with policy administration in terms of that and ensuring that these policies are visible, valid on that platform? That's number one. Number two is, what ETAP has brought is something that is very refreshing. It makes insurance interesting to buy and to use, especially with all of the telematics around it, which is very good. But more importantly is traffic to the platform. It's not enough. It means before I can enjoy that, I would have to download the app. Now, the problem with this market is how many people truly love any product that much. Apart from Jumia, who has made significant headway in that space, we're coming down to insurance. How many people will truly go to download the app to experience the beauty of this partnership? So I need for you to talk a bit more about the campaign, like Ibrahim said initially, how you would generate leads for people to use that other than the agents that would download and then sell insurance to earn commissions. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me take the first one. But before I take the first, I want to take your first comment around the proportion of sales of insurance. I think my own response to that would be, yes, it may take a while, but if your traditional agents or brokers are making 80 to 90% of the sales now, then what if you leverage the power of technology in the hands of those people so that they can then do more? So for me, it's not about technology replacing, but technology enhancing. So I give an example. In ICO today, we have close to, I've stopped saying that, maybe up to 3, 4, quite a number of agents selling our insurance for us. And they do close to 95%, especially for our life business. Now, and I can say largely maybe semi-automated, but the discussion now is what if we can empower them with platforms and digital tools, then we can unlock significant value than what we currently even have right now. And that's why I mentioned earlier on. And our focus now is to really build a full digital business, leverage the power of technology as much as possible, not seeing technology as a competitor to our people. So it's to leverage technology. One agent can sell me 1 policy or 4 policies in a month. If I give him a platform, a digital platform, then he can do even much more. So that's where I see technology. On the second question around the underwriting and the policy administration, I remember the Nikon portal also, the NID rather, there are API connections. So what we've done is As the businesses, transactions are coming in from the ETAP platform and every other sources, we've integrated to the NIAD platform and we'll continue to upload those policy, either mostly on a monthly basis, such that the cover period exists for that month and immediately the client pays again, we'll upload it immediately without any interference at all.
Please let me give this man a round of applause. You know, I love it when people have thought through problems layer by layer. That's a fantastic one. Is there any other question?
Yes, this gentleman right here has a question.
Okay,
Thank you. My name is Shegun Abadari. I'm from Consolidated Allmark Insurance. Ibrahim, thank you. I have your app, and I've been using it for a while. Actually, not for transaction, but to monitor my driving. All right. So I want to speak to the broker's part. In this industry, you discover that brokers are actually part of the design for this kind of industry that we are in. And we cannot rule out the fact that they are the middlemen, you know, in this market. And for us in Consolidated Allmark Insurance, what we've done is we want to leverage on technology and ensure that the old way of underwriting policies, you know, are being eroded and the gap is being filled. What we've done is to leverage on technology. We design what we call a broker's platform for all our brokers in such a way that you don't need to call any underwriter, you know, to onboard any client or to underwrite any policy. Once we onboard them on our platform, what they can do is, you know, do it at the comfort of their offices. You can underwrite as many policies as you want. And I believe that that will deepen penetration and technology adoption, you know, within the industry. To AICO, I want to believe that the partnership that AICO has started with ETAP will also cut across the industry because I've been looking forward to meet Ibrahim, and I think the opportunity is just here for me. Thank you.
So I think that we did miss a last leg of your question, right? So I think that Ibrahim will just take that very quickly, and then we can go to the gentleman.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my guys, Alfred and Shegun, for the very kind words. I would come to you straight once I get down. I'm very, very excited for us to speak and see what we can do. But what you've built is very, very interesting and very, very needed, I must say. So well done, and congratulations to you as well. Oga Alfred, I think that the reason why people don't download apps is because for insurance, a lot of times there is no recurring need for them to have the apps, right? So if my only interaction or my only engagement with my insurance provider is once a year, why then do I need an app? I don't need an app. Any product that doesn't have daily usage, right, doesn't require an app, and people wouldn't need it, you know. The way that ETAP is designed, the product in itself is designed, is such that even when you don't need insurance, you can still use the app. He's never bought, you know, insurance, but uses it for other things. We think that to sell insurance, we need to think about it like being in an ice cream shop, right? If I go to Cold Stone today and I bought ice cream and a cone, I'd still generally have a good time. If I go to Cold Stone and I bought ice cream in a cone and I say, okay, put gummy bears, put these toppings and that toppings and that toppings, then I'd have a nicer time. We think of insurance as toppings, right? And everything around seeing your driving behavior, getting safe driving rewards, creating a league so that you can compete with Chuka and compete with Margie Queen on who the better driver in the family is, right? Being able to add my driver Tosin to it and be able to see how he's driving so that I can tell him and say, right? you know, are the things that we believe have like daily utility. And the way that we see it is that once you then have people in there doing all that, it's very easy for us to then push a notification after 10 days and say, Alfred, you've driven 60 kilometers in the last 5 days. Wouldn't you like to be protected? And that is how we're doing it. But we also understand that all this is English. People also still need to know that it exists. And that's why we're then doing all the other, go-to-market marketing campaigns together as a team to make sure that people are aware that the product exists, that the partnership exists, and the collaboration exists. Once we bring them in, and then we then offer them insurance, but we're not necessarily going to market and saying buy insurance until we give people an underlying value beyond just protecting their risk.
Thank you for that perspective. I will tell my driver to download your app. Somebody wants to ask?
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Tola. I work with Lasako Insurance PLC.
Can you take that again, please?
My name is Tola. I work with Lasako Insurance PLC. My question is straightforward. This contract with ETAP and ICO, are you guys jointly liable in the event of a legal liability or severely liable? Just to provide context where we want to go into partnership with other insurtechs. Thank you.
Lasako, that sounds like a government question. Can you give an example of a legal case?
I work from a risk management perspective, so part of my question. So not necessarily it can happen, just in the event that it does happen. Do I want to manage my risk?
I think that to be able to properly answer that question, we need to be able to quantify what the legal problem would be, right? Legal challenges typically happen when you don't keep your promises. We've had a company that has kept their promises for 60 years. I'm nowhere near 60s, and I don't think that they will stop keeping their promises because they've partnered with ETAP. We've also had a company that has built technology to enable that promises can be kept faster, right? So I don't think that we would start to break promises that will lead to this issue. I think that our focus as a team, right, is to make sure that people get the experiences that they deserve. People get promises being kept. People get the type of protection that they really need, and not necessarily worry about litigations, right? We're doing our best as a joint collaboration to make sure that we're building the insurance experience that we would like. We're building the customer experience that we would love, and building a customer-centric experience that would make sure that we're meeting people at the point of their pain and fulfilling their needs. That's how we like to think about it.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Issues might happen, but the focus is on the customer, right? And we'll treat each case as it comes. By the end of the day, the customer will be sorted, claims to be paid based on promises agreed, and that should just be our focus right now. I know risk management, but the focus is the customer satisfaction and customer experience, and we will continue to keep to our promises.
Okay. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Babatunde Salau from Skip Nigeria and Company Limited, an insurance broker. So I am actually very happy that Ayo mentioned what I was going to ask. That's talking about the partnership with brokers and all the like. So I just want to know, do you see brokers as Ibrahim, do you see brokers as your competitor or as a partner? Because regardless of, based on all what we've spoken about, you can't actually take away the role of a broker, because there's actually the perception in the Nigerian insurance market, people don't naturally like insurance, but the brokers as intermediaries will represent, we push to say we represent you, we fight for your interest, right? So we negotiate rates on their behalf, policy terms, we'll make sure it's favorable to them, and automatically we don't expect an insurance company to do this, but a broker will definitely fight for this. So I've actually been partnering with brokers, and what are the things you are looking at, and also what are the possible challenges you think partnering with a broker would bring?
Thank you very much. Mr. Salau. One of my favorite cartoons growing up was Voltron. In Voltron, I think that what I really liked is that one hero would bring a leg, another one would bring another leg, another one would bring a hand, another one would bring the other hand, another one would bring the body, another one would bring the head. And every time they do that, they always won, right? And that is how we think about life as a company, right? We always like to Voltron it. So we don't think brokers are competition, right? I've said this today and I'm going to repeat it again. We think that the competition is a market, right? So for us, we would always like to seek out collaborations that can enable us to build a bigger pie, right? We're not really interested in trying to compete for the 2% penetration, right? We think that it's important that we grow that space and grow the market share together, right? And then we can have a larger share to serve. In terms of collaboration, we're always technology first, right? So we would seek out collaborations that can enable us to make processes efficient and businesses efficient in a way that it can ultimately serve the customers better, right? But we have Balloon, and we can certainly collaborate with you for Balloon, you know. But you know, we think that brokers are absolutely important. We're not trying to disintermediate, you know, the broker market or the agent market. We think that it's a Voltron game, and we need to Voltron it.
I mean, he said it all, and re-emphasize what I said earlier on. I mean, brokers are important in the market. I think where AECO might be willing to take this conversation to will also be, we have brokers that give us a large chunk of motor businesses. We may look for opportunity also to extend that platform, the ITA platform, to even their own businesses coming from those channels. Because at the end of the day, the focus is on the customer experience, right? So we like also that customers coming from our broker channel also experience the power behind the technology for the ITA platform. So again, I'm sure over the next coming days, those will be areas we need to look at and how we can extend the opportunities there to other customers that we have.
Thank you very much, everyone. Those are very good questions, and it's been a pleasure speaking with you today.
Round of applause. Very, very great discussion. What do you want to take some photographs? All right. So it's been very engaging. We thank you both, you three, of course, for this discussion. Technology is always very, very exciting. And as they pose for pictures, again, we want to shout out the regulators in the house from NICOM that flew all the way from Abuja to be part of this. Please, yeah, applaud the regulators. Also, they were part of the conversation in terms of speeding things up. So we thank you all from there. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. Oh, by the way, you can also participate online. I don't know if it's X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Hashtag IMT 2023. So that's the hashtag. Actually, Ibrahim, I had one more question. Wait, come. Yeah, I did. No, yeah, I did. Yesterday, somebody was blocking a car, right? So I despise doing this. You come with a mic, please, license plates, this, can you move your car? You guys, you have the ability to notify when there's an accident, right? Isn't there tech that can tell me by a notification on my phone that I'm blocking somebody's car and I should move it? Is that not possible?
Rotus wants to take the job of the person that's announcing.
Great stuff, great stuff. All right, we move on. Up next, we're going to get a product demo. I always look forward to these because these product demos, they tell you so much about what's to come. So it's from Microsoft. A warm round of applause for Oluwadamilare Ibrahim, who is the head of product engineering and development with Microsoft Nigeria.
Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Good morning. Okay, sorry, we are early in the afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Okay. So I'm so very much happy and delighted to represent Microsoft Nigeria. My name is Oluwadamilare Ibrahim, and I'm representing Rugby Business Solutions and Technology, a cloud tier 1 partner of Microsoft. A cloud tier 1 partner of Microsoft. Over the past 7 years as an organization, what we had essentially do is to work with Microsoft Nigeria to find a way to really upgrade, or let me say, drive the insurance industry in itself from where it used to be, where we all used to know it to be, to the next level by introducing technology, finding that mutual spot where technology can help drive the adoption of insurance, unlike other part of the world where insurance has become has been fully adopted and people are really taking full advantage of it. It's a different case scenario here in this part of the world in itself. And we even find most people essentially more interested in that whole function of, let me just do my third-party insurance. That is the most important thing I wanted to do, and things are along that line, which essentially is not the best way to actually look at the insurance, because we all need insurance to actually live a much greater life. And that is why Rugby Business Solution, in partnership with Microsoft, has been able to actually work together, look at how we can find our particular space in this entire industry in itself. And earlier today, when we're having a panel discussion, I really so much enjoyed the discussion because of one central thing. We're literally looking at each particular entities and their position in their own industry. And towards the end, we are really talking more around the insurance brokers. They're pretty much very important in this whole industry, because I can tell you for you, as a matter of fact, 60 to 70% of it, or almost everybody that is engaged in insurance today, most likely will go through their broker. The brokers are like the direct people that meet with those, let me say, our end users or our end customers. And how do we even make things much easier, better for this actual, very important set of people in the industry? And that is what Rugby Business Solutions is really bringing on board today in itself. What are the major challenges that is faced, that we, let me call it, the insurance brokers majorly face today? The cost management problem, the reporting of making sure they are actually meeting the regulatory requirements, user friendliness of platforms that they use in ensuring all these things together. You end up noticing that 80% of these guys get to use platform or solutions, let me say regular solutions such as Excel and the manual processes to carry out their business operations. And most importantly, these processes are quite scattered, data are everywhere, and there's no way to actually harmonize. And it becomes really, really cumbersome and very difficult for them to really manage their business operations, as the case may be. What if we have a central solution that harmonizes everything around this together, but not only stop at this, connect also with the real big players, the real insurance organization, making it easy for these insurance brokers to run their businesses, have access to each one of these like policies that are readily available, engage their customer. They're able to manage their entire business operations, right from registering their leads to when the leads becomes a real sale, meaning they have been able to issue their credit and debit notes. They have been able to, the insurance has been paid, receipt has been given, and policy document has been given to the end users. And end users can have the opportunity to be able to raise claims in case there is a scenario for them to actually raise claims. And that is essentially what iBroker in itself intends to actually do. iBroker as a solution in itself, iBroker is an insurance brokerage solution that is designed to be able to provide that particular one-stop shop resolution of harmonizing the entire business operations in the whole value chain of the broker in itself, ranging from providing the much needed support for the broker to be able to generate its leads, register those leads on those platforms, generate your credit note and debit note after essentially engaging the insurance organization that is going to be providing the policy, and constantly being able to manage or follow up with renewals of those particular policies that has actually been raised, or that he or she, the underwriter, has essentially booked for them. And also following up with these customers, ensuring that these customers have full-fledged access to all the benefits they are expected to have access to while they have this solution. Some of the core features, or let me call it the core things that are actually embedded, or the core modules that are quite embedded in these solutions, include the business operations module, which contains the leads management, the customer management, policy management, approvals, agent management, document management, and also various broker agency and retail management, which essentially encompasses the entire thing that happens in their day-to-day business operations. But not stopping at that, we also understand in all this, there is this financial perspective to things, where transactions are exchanged. You really want to make sure your ledgers are actually up to date, which is why we have also, as part of the entire system in itself, have a ledger, cash book, financial reporting, investment, budgeting, fixed asset, value acquisition, IFRS, compliance, meaning, and Nikon reports in itself, which is automatically generated right through the system. So at the end of each regulatory period, which you see Nikon always requesting that those filings that needs to be done, those reports needs to be done. You don't have to start going through that much of I'll call it that much of an ethical process generating those data in itself, because at the click of a button, you are able to essentially generate those reports, send it directly to the regulatory agencies, and ensure that your business is meeting, it's actually right in line with all the necessary policy requirement that is generated as expected in that region. Additionally, we have the human resource part of things, which helps you to manage all the agents, or let me say, the members of your businesses, that actually helps you to drive your business itself, running from the employee records management to the payroll in itself that is automatically generated at the end of each month to help you meet the business requirement. We have the various appraisal flows that is essentially integrated, asset management, and leave application workflows. And most importantly, like I mentioned earlier, the reporting, which includes the monthly, quarterly, biannual, and the annual reporting part of the system. But not just limited to that. With the evolution of AI and how AI has improved various technological aspects of things, you are adopting AI into all the the world of data that has actually been gathered right through the system. You are essentially able to see even much more details from all the data you already have about your organization itself. You can actually guide yourself and see things such as, how well are you doing, which customers are due for renewals, what is the kind of trend against each particular customer, how best can you help this customer even take full advantage of of the policies they are taking, and the kind of things they get to do. You have much of information about how that particular perspective of their business is doing, and that enables you to make concise judgments or make proper business decisions, because you have a central tool that does not only help you to progress as in your organizational role. Let me say that does not just sit down, just wait for you to just put things in, but help you to drive your business from where it is today into the next phase by optimizing visually all your operations, but not limited to that. Also able to enable you to connect to the core insurance big players, which include the ICOs of those who are the consolidated hallmarks, who are already adopting, or let me say, they're already adopting technology to drive the business in itself. At the end of the day, what you get to achieve is a more optimized business as an insurance broker, and you are able to see you are able to see that upward trend, or upward improvement in your business, because you have a old tool to manage how your business is doing. And at the end of the financial year, you're able to go back to your system and see how you're doing, what best can you do, what other things can you do to have a better financial year coming the following financial year, and how best to improve your business in itself. But all this powered by the strong cloud of Microsoft has made things much easier. So at any point, at everywhere you find yourself, you can almost be 100% sure. You have a near 100% guarantee that your system is always going to be up. You can access your businesses from any part of the world, so you're not literally limited to your own geolocation. You can manage all the operations. If you have your agents working for you at any point in the world, you can easily log into your portal, to the portal from your devices, from the comfort of your devices, from your home, and look at how your business is doing, see how to make all those decisions, and even submitting reports and meeting regulatory requirements becomes even much easier, because again, what is the essence of having a solution that you are not able to essentially manage your business efficiently and even take advantage of what technology had to offer in the whole business? At the end of this presentation, there is a mini video that further explains what the portal, how you can essentially access the portal, how you can easily subscribe to the services, and how you can take even much advantage of the solution. I think we just want the technology grid guys to help cue the video right now, while I will also try to listen if you have any questions around this. So thank you so much. You can easily try a trial today by going to ibrokerng.com, ibroking.com. And if you have any questions, the team will be available to actually answer any specific questions you have about the broker solution in itself.
All right, please continue the applause for Oluwadamilare Ibrahim, Head of Product Engineering and Development at Microsoft Nigeria. All right, of course, remember hashtag IMT 2023 on social media. It is, of course, the Insurance Meets Tech 2.0. We are going to take a tea break for, I think, about a half hour. And then once we are back, we'll have a very interesting discussion right here on stage about how insurance can spur micro-insurance in Nigeria now and in the future. So enjoy the tea break, and we'll be back in about 30 minutes. Thank you. your tea break. I see some of you are still munching on the delicacies provided to us here. We are still continuing, of course, we're kicking off with our Insurance Meets Tech 2.0, thanks to the good folks at Modion Communications. So now we are going to start with our plenary session. There it is, plenary 2, how tech can spur microinsurance in Nigeria now and the future. So I'm going to call up our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Tunji Andrews, CEO of Awaba. Tunji, come on up here. He is one of 2 people that got me into business radio. The second being Ugo Dre, who gave his closing remarks yesterday. Tunji, you're very welcome. So Tunji is going to moderate. And Tunji, even though you're the moderator, you don't want to hear your thoughts on this matter. So don't limit yourself to questions. You gotta give your comments as well. Up next, all right, let's get to speakers now. Seun Ayebusi, Chief Executive Officer of InsurePass. Seun is here with us. Yes, indeed. Call Seun up to the stage. All right, there he is. I'm going to be very eager to hear Seun's thoughts on how technology can spur microinsurance in Nigeria. And I think that has to do with the informal sector. So I hope we talk about the informal sector. You guys saw that Lagos State chased some traders away from certain places. They're part of the informal sector. Maybe we can get those guys insured. Seun, you're welcome. Tunji, I think you should be in the middle, though. Are you okay there? I think you should be in the middle. Yeah, you're good? Okay, yeah, aligning with the pictures. All right, good. Okay, yeah, so we'll make everybody align with their questions. All right, up next, Kayode Odisola, Chief Executive Officer, Ayo, Nigeria. You're very welcome. Kayode, you have to line up with your picture. That's Tunji. Make sure we do that. Line up. It's good for photographs. All right. Okay, up next, Boluwatife Omotayo, Chief Executive Officer, GAMP Technologies. Yes, he is with us. You're very, very welcome. Do line up with your photograph on the screen. And last and certainly not least, Comforts Oyaga, Chief Executive Officer, Izanu Africa. We have one woman on the panel, amen. So we got some diversity on the panel, very good. You're very welcome, good. Thank you for joining us. All right, Tunji, I've been waiting for this all day. Do take it away, the floor is yours.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for still being around to hear the conversations that we're going to be having this afternoon. Saying a big congratulations to the organizers, Odion and his team, for putting together such a fantastic event. Glad to see your beautiful faces this afternoon. So we're going to be having this conversation, how tech can spur microinsurance in Nigeria. Before we even go into that, I wanted to say something, especially from the previous panel. I read a book recently, The Future of Insurance, From Disruption to Evolution, and I think it's a book that is critical for players in this industry to be able to understand. It just clearly shows the angle of where technology will always be and where the angle of insurers will always be and where the angle of brokers will always be. And that removes the question of threats. If those predicting the future say we will all just be more emphasized on the spaces we are currently filling. But we're going straight into the conversation of micro insurance. And micro insurance, so that we understand it, it is insurance in a sachet, pretty much. You know, insurance in a sachet, where you can buy it on the go from the Malam shop, that kind of a thing. But it is insurance that is dispensed at the last mile. And these players here are people who are already doing the job. So I'm going to specifically have each and every one of them speak specifically to what their business does, how it affects the last mile, and how they are changing the game as concerns insurance penetration at the very last mile. So I'll start with you, Sean.
Thank you, Tunji. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sean Wayegusi. I'm the founder of InsurePress. So for us at InsurePress,
sorry, can everybody hear him?
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Sean Wayegusi. I'm the founder of InsurePress. Okay, what we do at InsurePress, in one word, we are an embedded insurance company. Okay, so what we do is this: we enable insurance organizations, insurance companies, underwriters, and the likes to embed or integrate their products into third-party platforms. Okay, across fintech, banking, health tech, and all of that. Okay, and across several products from motor insurance to health insurance to life insurance and anything you want to do. So typically we build an API technology or an API infrastructure. Okay, think of it as like what Flutterwave does with payments with API. That is what we're doing in the insurance space with an API infrastructure that allows several insurance companies to use our platform to integrate or embed their products into third-party platforms. So that is what we do. And our drive towards insurance penetration in Nigeria is this: we believe there is a limited approach to what web platforms and mobile platforms could do when it comes to getting to the base of the pyramid, or when it comes to distributing insurance in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. But what we are doing is to leverage third-party platforms, leverage the strategy of cross-selling insurance to an existing large customer base of either a bank, either an health tech, either a fintech, and allowing an insurance company. We partner with a lot of insurance companies, so allowing an insurance company to integrate and cross-sell their product to readily available market. So basically that is what we do, and in that time deepen insurance penetration. Thank you very much.
So I hear embedded insurance, which is always interesting. Mayoga Kade.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, so my name is Kayode Detola. I'm the CEO of IO Nigeria. IO Nigeria is a subsidiary of IO Holdings, which is a member of the MTN Group, and we also have significant shareholdings from Sanlam. So in other words, we're partnered with Sanlam in Nigeria. IO Nigeria is a third-party service provider. We're also an insurtech, and basically what we're simply trying to do is to bring affordable, accessible, digitized insurance offerings to the populace. Our core focus is the underserved, and our products are extremely micro. I don't want to call it just micro, but significantly micro. Over the years, IO has been quite successful partnering with other players within the African globe. I would say that till date, IO has been able to, in conjunction with the partners, enroll about 20 million people in the whole of Africa. In Ghana alone, Ghana has a population of about 30 million people. IO has successfully enrolled over 10 million people. And the aim is to try and replicate what has happened in those markets in conjunction with Sanlam to bring insurance to everyone's doorstep. Thank you.
Ghana's example is actually very interesting, and it's a case study for what we possibly can do in the space, but I'm sure we'll come back to that. Buluwatife, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. My name is Bulu Omotayo, and I am the CEO and co-founder at GAMP. And what we do at GAMP is we are an insurtech for consumer electronics. When I mean consumer electronics, smartphones, computers, and stuff, what we do basically is we empower partners to provide device protection plans and support for these devices. And why these devices? Everybody's thinking about life, health, cars, and stuff. It's just because of the importance of these devices. These devices are so important that they're the most important asset common to everybody in this room. I can beat my hands on my chest and say not everybody in this room has a car, but 99% of the people in this room own a smartphone. If your smartphone goes missing now, it feels like your life has to start all over again. You know, if your car goes missing, your car won't go missing in Jesus' name. If your car goes missing, you will still pick up your smartphone and call the police or call your insurer and let them know that something has happened. But if your phone goes missing, you know, what do you do? So that's the importance of what we do. We work with partners, retailers, insurance companies, you know, fintechs, telcos, dependent on whatever category they are, to support them in providing device protection plans and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Comfort, last but not least, it's only because you're on the other side, by the way. All right, so over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear me, please? Okay, am I not blessed among men? Okay, so my name is Comfort Onyaga. I am the founder and CEO of Izano Africa. We work within the agricultural sector, and we are the, I would say, warranty for farmers. We provide agri insurance to farmers within communities, ensuring that we tailor specifically to meet their needs within the context that they find themselves. You all agree with me that if, as a result of the flood that happened last year, farmers don't get compensated, you probably will be having maybe half of the pastries that you had this morning for breakfast, for tea break, and you probably would not have something for lunch. I'm sure we would all leave this place with just the bottle of water. So we're ensuring that we guarantee food security, protect the livelihood of the farmers, as well as financial investment of the farmers within the rural communities. Thank you.
All right, so now that we know what each and everybody is doing, we're going to go a bit quicker into the conversations. It's going to be fire questions. So please, let's try and make it into 30 seconds or less, so that we can be able to, you know, go through a lot of questions. So Comfort, I want to start with you. Technology, I do believe your business is a technology-enabled business. Yeah. So how exactly are you reaching these farmers? I expect that not a lot of these farmers are tech savvy. Not a lot of these farmers have an iPhone. How exactly are you reaching them, and what kind of technology are you using to deploy these insurance services, and how is it helping them with ensuring their farm produce?
Okay, thank you very much again. Yes, so I mean, it's an obvious fact that majority of the farmers, over 70%, are in rural communities, and the level of digital literacy is very low. But however, because agriculture, it forms part of the core development sector, we have a lot of development partners, and I submit one of them, GIZ, right in the room. So what we do is we work with development partners, and those become like the distribution channel, so that even when the farmers are not digitally literate enough to, you know, adopt insurance, however, the development partners will always work for the interests of the farmers, because they are securing their livelihood. It aligns with their overall goals, objective. And so for us, it's just working with these partners as leverage and distribution channel, using, again, technology that also are relatable to the end users, because again, we want to ensure that these farmers get value for money. We use the B2B2C model. A lot of times, the businesses usually get, say, compensated, but then the farmers who are told that your crop are protected against agricultural and climate risks do not get those compensations. Yeah, so we leverage that to ensure that this compensation, you know, gets to the last mile.
So Kylie, I need to ask, your business does life and hospital care. The life part, how do you explain to Mama Risi that she should insure her life?
Very interesting. So I'll start with something that happened about a month and a half ago. So we typically go with the Sanlam agents on what we call community activations, just to get a first-hand feel. Because it's not okay for us to say we are developing solutions or empowering or digitizing platforms without being on the field to understand what exactly is happening. So there was this customer in Computer Village. One of the agents had found it very difficult to speak to him because he had said the two products we're bringing to him are not products that he needs. And these were life and hospitalization. For the hospitalization, he said it is impossible for him to have an accident where he would either break his leg or be admitted in the hospital. In fact, he had signed a pact with his God that he would not step into the hospital. Now, what do you do when you hear such things? There is no level of oratory or logic that can overcome such a thing. And he was very serious about it. So I asked him just one question. I said, I totally agree with you, and I would not, belittle your belief or your religion. However, can you tell me, are you married? And he said, yes. Do you have anyone who depends on you? Yes, a 2-year-old son and the wife. And I said to him, can you beat your hand on your chest, just as you've talked about your hospital care and the fact that you won't go to the hospital, that you will be alive tomorrow? And he couldn't answer that question. And at that point, I handed over to the agent to say, please go ahead and sell to him. Simply because we understand that none of us is promised tomorrow. My colleague used the example of Iya Basira yesterday. Iya Basira is probably like any one of us in this room. Chances are that she even has enough money, but she's not educated enough to understand that there are certain things that you need to plan for. There are unforeseen situations, regardless of your status in life, that you need to plan for. And the baseline is the first discussion. We often talk about food, clothing, and shelter. We learned that in economics, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. In Nigeria today, they said there is a fourth one. Who can guess which one is the fourth one? Data. At that level, I can guess that there is hardly anybody in this room who does not have data. So the conversations are moving away from the very highfalutin, you need to have insurance, to what happens to Kemi, what happens to Chigoze, what happens to Shegun when you're not there, what happens to Hassan when you're around, when you're no longer there to be able to fend for their needs. It is just a way to cushion the effects of life experiences. Thank you.
Penetration is a huge challenge, especially when we're talking about the last mile. Earlier on, there was a conversation with ETAP and how it's using technology to be able to spread insurance. We're talking last mile conversations now. Obviously, ETAP is a mobile-based application. That is without any doubt. A lot of the people we're speaking to will rather use a POS machine than use the app on their phone. Maybe they buy data, but they use data for Instagram and possibly Facebook. Tech providers, you are creating embedded insurance within other applications. I want to ask how you're thinking about the last mile in terms of technology provision. I'll start with you, Bolu, and I'll come to Sean.
Yeah, great question. So the question again is, how are we thinking about the last mile? I think the first answer to that is around the pricing. I said earlier, typically what we do is we like to work with partners to enable them to offer this product category. I was looking at the screen earlier and I was telling, I think my organ from ICO, and I said, look, these people listed life, health, car, but they didn't list device. I said, what we are looking to do is to help them start listing devices. And of course it's because there's potentially a lot of opportunities to reach people through that product category. So the first one is around the pricing. The second is around, new products or new product category that actually meets people's needs. When devices break, life basically stops, you know. So pricing for as low as 800 naira per month, you know, that low. And then the second one again is around the product category, irrespective of the kind of brand they use, irrespective of the condition of the device, brand new, used, refurbished, they got it from China, Dubai, Malaysia, you know. What we've designed reaches everybody, irrespective of where they are.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Bolu touched on pricing. I would like to come from the place of accessibility distribution. Okay, you know, for us, just like I said earlier on, there's a limit to what mobile applications and web applications could do, okay, especially to the base of pyramid consumers. So what we do is this: we partner with organizations that have access to the base of the pyramid of, you know, consumers, especially people who their mode of delivering their technology services perhaps through USSD or agency banking, you know, point of sales. In fact, we work with a certain company that does something like alternative payments collection, whereas their customers can actually pay for insurance with trash, you know, garbage, convert it to cash and all of that. And I believe for the people who want to target, which are the base of the pyramid, they don't really have the money. Of course, that is where micropayments comes in. That is where easy accessibility also comes in, ease of distribution and ease of usage. So for us, we just partner with, you know, a lot of you know, other companies who have access to these people. They leverage on our API infrastructure, okay, for various categories of products, and with that we can just deliver insurance across several product, you know, category, deliver insurance to the people that need it where they are. So that is what we do. Thanks.
So I want the audience, if you have questions, please start to prepare them, because honestly, so I happen to also be in the micro space, so I think maybe the panelists are being too touche. So please, if you have questions that can help bring it out, please help me, because I'm. So let's break. So because we're speaking a lot of English now, but we want to take our services to Ojalba. Right? We want to take our services to Ado-Ekiti. We want to take our services to Kano. We are not speaking about your average iPhone user, Android user. Even if they are using Android, it's probably one brand that we all don't know exists. These people, first of all, insurance exists to begin with, but we want to include them. I want to know how we do this, because Comfort spoke about working through developmental partners, and I think that is always great. That is fantastic. But I also do not like that we are dependent on developmental partners to be able to get services that are critical to the life and living of our people, you know, when we can do it ourselves. So what are the practical terms, what are the practical steps we are doing to be able to reach them and make sure that the person on the other side not only is excited about our products, just the same way I would be excited about ETAP, because I mean, it's the use case already hits me clear in the eye. How do we excite these people about the services that we are providing to them through our technology platforms as concerns insurance? I'll start with Comfort.
Okay, yes, so when I mentioned development partners, first I had said that their distribution channel, but then beyond that is the fact that it's a leverage. Again, the agricultural space is a very low risk appetite sector. When it comes to the farmers themselves, we have that direct interface with them, but then there's always a starting point. I was actually telling Bolu a few minutes ago that, hey, it's really backbreaking, because again, when we went into the market, the solution we had, the market in itself is like 10, 15 years behind the innovation that we had. So we had to like press the pause button to first sensitize the farmers, because the farmers hear about insurance, they don't know. I mean, I can tell you that right now, as I speak with you, those farmers in Kano, Jigawa, Lafia, right? They can calculate their insurance premium themselves because we've gone ahead to do that groundwork. We've been able to, remove the issue of the barrier around transparency where the farmers don't even know what they are paying for, and the average smallholder farmers have like 0.5 hectare of farmland, and guess what? The farmer is not cultivating just maize alone. There is cowpea and other crop at that subsistent level, yet the farmer is going to sell. So in this case, even when the farmers do not have the smartphone device and all of that, we actually use SMS. And then in terms of leveraging the development partners, there are structures in place through which these farmers are already mobilized. And through that channel, the farmers can themselves, access insurance, knowing what component there is. Like, there are no hidden charges. You know what you need for your crop, to cultivate your crop year-round, from production, like from seed to table. You already know that. You have the formula. It's just, okay, you have a code. I mean, I'm going deep down. Yeah, so you have the code. You just send SMS with certain instruction, right? Even if they cannot do it themselves. First, there's that level of understanding and transparency that this is what it is. So we've been able to build that trust for them to even work with either their relation at home or through that development partner to send specific information that enables us to, activate their products. Thank you.
If you have questions, please just get it ready. I just need to ask Ayo this last question. She talked about transparency. You sell life. The biggest transparency to a life product is that somebody has died. And you have to, somebody's coming to claim on the death of that person. It's difficult to use this as a marketing tactic, but how do you ensure transparency in that area?
Okay, so if you permit me, I'll just add to what she had mentioned. We have been to, so I'll start on two fronts. One is we realized very quickly that education and advocacy cannot be swept under the carpet. We say a lot about financial inclusion, but we are not actually feet on street to see the realities. We have been to Makoko, we've been to Ajegunle, we've spent time, at least 2-3 days in these locations. Ikorodu, Computer Village, there's a place in Ota called Yemesi or something, I can't remember the name again. We've been to all of those places and we've spent at least 3 days in those communities. And we were shocked to the marrow to find out that all the payment platforms that we have today, USSD, your card, your ATM card, your bank-to-bank transfers, are not useful in those locations. It was a shock.
Can you say it again, please? Because I really need the practitioners to know this truth.
Yeah.
Please say it again.
So USSDs that we all flaunt in the room, the payments to bank transfers, and even the simple one with your ATM card was it wasn't alive in those regions. We were shocked to the marrow that we could not facilitate that engagement. Bear in mind that we have a digital platform that allows you to buy insurance in less than 10 minutes, unassisted, but we couldn't. And so we had to fall back to the guys that we never really would look at. These are the POS agents. They are the ones that we think they are just there to collect money, but they are actually the most trusted in their communities. Because whether come rain or come sunshine, that guy is seated there. In our presence, a woman wanted to send money to her child in school. She gave this man 10,000 naira. She didn't wait for the transaction and she left. What level of trust again are you looking for?
So we had to go back to the drawing board to say, guys, whatever it is, we have to build in more realistic, more last mile type payments where somebody walks up to you and says, I have cash, and you can't say, we don't collect cash. They have to walk up to somebody, or they even want to make a claim and you're able to give them a voucher and say, walk up to the next Money Point agent and you'll get your cash and you'll move on. But back to the
no, thank you very much for that, because I really, really appreciate that.
But back to the question on transparency. Part of what we believe is important for insurance is we have seen several revolutionary platforms, initiatives in the last 10 years. I remember one as far back as the early 2012, 2013, Yellow Cover, right? Fantastic product. But what happened? The people who were meant to be buying the products were not the shoemakers or the guards or the security guys. They were those of us in the room that were buying it. That product wasn't designed for us, but we were the ones who were buying. And the challenge was when there was a claim, there was nobody to reach out to. So how do we tackle that issue? Very simple. Insurance is transparency. It is trust. The foundation is trust. Whatever platforms you're building, be it digital or assisted or non-assisted, it must have the core of trust in everything that is done. So an example is what we have done is basically saying, if I bought life insurance for Tunji, and Tunji has said to me that his caretaker and his beneficiary will be Sheol. Immediately Tunji completes that transaction, Sheol is going to get a text message, 2 text messages saying, Tunji has just bought life insurance and he has nominated you as his caretaker, which means that in the event where anything happens to him, you can initiate a claim on his behalf. Also, he has put you there as the beneficiary. Of course, if he never knew about it, the next thing he's going to do is to pick up his phone and say, Tunji, I got this text message, I hope it's not a scam. And Tunji would say, this is exactly what I've done.
Also, possibly Sheol could poison me. So please, if you have any questions, it's pretty, because I know that we've continued to push insurance penetration in Nigeria, and the place where we can actually drive it is at the bottom of the pyramid. Large portions of that informal sector do not have insurance whatsoever. And all the players here are in the room. And I mean, if we're not, I'm not sure of the numbers, but I don't know of, I've seen our micro businesses, micro divisions, and I'm not sure they're doing as well as the groups, the main insurers themselves. And that's the irony, because the bottom of the pyramid has far more people. So why are we not doing better is the question. I see a hand at the back, please. 2 hands. 3, 4. Okay, I love this. We're getting somewhere. Okay, we have one more. Yes, it looks like micro is a concern.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Elfrida. I'm from First Founders. So what I wanted to ask is, I stay in Ibadan. And one of the challenges that insurance has there is, it's okay to tell me that, you know, if somebody buys life insurance, maybe their brother gets it, or their mom gets it, or their cousin gets it. But what those women, say market women, for example, want to know is what's in it for them. Because fundamentally, they don't want to hear that they are going to be sick or they are going to die. It's not, they don't even want to hear that anything will happen to any of their family members. So I'm thinking, is there a possibility where people can buy insurance and then you can tell them that if nothing happens between now and a year, you get your money back. You get what you have saved back. That way, they feel like, okay, it's some sort of savings.
This is not good. This is not a good sign. This is not a good sign. Because these are the industry practitioners laughing. This is not a good sign. She's saying something that is actually real. And I know that this exists in other parts of Africa. So please finish your question.
Yes.
One house, please. Let her answer a question because I'm seeing disagreements. We'll probably have the practitioners answer these questions.
Yes. So I'm asking that question because I've worked with a group of people who wanted to sell health insurance to these people at the market. And then they go, oh, I'm fine. I'm covered by the blood of Jesus. You know, nothing happens to me.
So in short, they just want to know what's in it for
them.
They
just want to know, why am I saving? Why am I giving you my money? If you tell me that if I die tomorrow, what if I don't die in the next 20 years? Fantastic. Do you go with my money?
Fantastic.
What happens to it?
I love that question. I love that question. Thank you very much. Well, let's take the person behind you and then we'll answer the question. We'll come to you. So we'll take 2 questions each and I'll let the panelists answer the questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Shola Oguni. Thank you very much. The conversation has been very, very interesting. So I have some questions. Anybody among the panelists can answer, or maybe from the practitioner. We have not talked about the place of policy.
Policy?
Yes.
Okay.
I tend to see that if policy makers do not get involved the way they should, we are not going to move. We'll just be struggling with our 1% penetration. Last year, Nigeria generated 723 billion gross premium, and the industry asset is about 2.3 trillion. Less than 1%. An average Nigeria spend $9, an average Kenya spend 43, an average South African spend 800 annually on insurance. Where is the place of policy? We have about 5 compulsory insurance policies in Nigeria. How many of them are being fully enforced? Let's start from that. You see, building under construction. If you are building more than 2 floors in Nigeria, the law says you must insure. But there are buildings in this Lekki, 2 floors, 3 floors, no insurance. So what are we doing about that? The second question is that about the value addition, just to add to what Farida said. Insurance is not like bread. If I want to buy a loaf of bread and I give you 100 naira, instantaneously I get my bread. If I give you 100 naira for insurance, it's contingent. It may or may not happen. Yeah. So we need to tell the guy buying, look, what you are paying is to give you peace of mind. And if the guy asks you, what if something happens? You should say, what if something happens? Because what we have seen on the street actually is that most people do not understand basic insurance. They know what insurance is. They don't know how it works. So yes, they don't know.
Yeah.
And we don't actually talk to them. Let me just add it before I drop. There was a time we did some survey. We asked people to mention name of 5 banks. They mentioned like 7, 8. In Ijebu, they struggle to mention one insurance company. That means they do not hear insurance. And we asked them again, when last did anybody talk to you about insurance in the last 90 days prior to that time? About 70% said nobody has come to me in the last 90 days to talk about insurance. The only way we got about more figure is at Computer Village, because guys go there for life policy and stuff like that. So, number one, policy makers. Maybe we should talk to our rep, our senators, to start doing something. If we don't move it from policy, believe me, we are not going to move. Secondly, value proposition. We need to explain to people. People don't see value in insurance. And that is where companies like maybe Takafu, I'm not marketing them, but you know, when you buy Takafu, for instance, they will tell you, if nothing happens in this pool, you can get distribution. The conventional insurance company should start giving something back to their customers. That will attract them to buy. And more awareness and insurance explanation. Thank you very much.
All right. So I appreciate that. I'll allow them answer the first question. But I wanted to say, as concerns the conversation of policy, policy is what policy is anywhere in the world, and policy issues are not unique to insurance. It cuts across banking, pensions, everywhere, not only in Nigeria, but across the world. One of the things I know that we must collectively continue to do is to, as those things that you have mentioned, we need to be able to provide policymakers with options to think through policy. Because we are the ones really interacting with the customers. So we're able to provide options for the policymakers to work through. And we need to continue to engage policymakers on creating those options. But in terms of, I have gotten insurance, 1 year has finished, can I get small back? Is anybody here doing anything like that? No. Why? Sheil, you want to answer?
Okay, so let me say this. First of all, you mentioned conventional insurance and there is the Takaful one. Okay, but typically, I think that was the reason there was a murmur all over the house that, of course, insurance are not going to give back any money after 1 year when there's no claim. But I think at this point, we need to start seeing insurance products from a different angle. Okay, so let me take ETAP for instance. During the last session, someone said, "Oh, I have the ETAP app." Okay, but I've not used it for motor insurance, but I'm using it for telematics. Okay, so that is one thing. So even by the time you pay for insurance and nothing happens, there's no need for claims within 1 year, but you still get value from telematics from that particular app. Okay, so let's take it down to Basira and the likes. So for instance, see micro health insurance. Okay, so in an event whereas, or let's say funeral insurance, in an event whereas you don't die within the space of 1 year, what about if we build some kind of value proposition as per, oh, anytime you're sick, you get building like hospitalization into a funeral cover. So it's not until they die, you can actually tell them, okay, in the space of 1 year, you can actually get hospitalization cover, maybe medications to a certain limit, and if you eventually die. Because these people want to see that they have something. They are looking at insurance as if it's bread. You pay for it, you get it. Whereas insurance is such that you pay for it, the value you are getting could be at the end of 1 year, could be towards the end of 1 year. So that is what they are finding so difficult to come to terms with. But we as our players in the industry must start looking at the way we factor our product, the way we build our product. What kind of alternative value can we just put into it, you know, side by side with the major value that they enjoy at the end or towards the end of the policy term. Thanks.
All right, so we have 2 questions here. Please put up your hands, apart from these 2, so that I know if you're going to ask. Okay, we have another 2 over there. Is that all I can take, Protis? I have 1 more. Okay, let me just take all the questions. So please, the 2 questions over there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Mamedu, Consolidated Hallmark Insurance. Yesterday we saw some statistics, paramount of which is the one that pointed out to us that in Africa, the average penetration rate is 2.something%, which is far higher than the penetration rate in Nigeria. I want to ask specifically, perhaps the panelists can, those of you who have the experience in other African countries, can you please share with us what the other African countries do better than Nigeria, which has ensured that the average penetration rate in Africa of insurance is far higher than what we have in Nigeria? Is there something we are really getting wrong that other African countries are getting right? Are they more economically well-to-do than we have down here? That's the basic question. I want practical instances of experience that any of the panelists have or any of us here in the room have in other African countries on what they are doing right that we are not getting right here. That's the basic question. Then I want to refer to the question my sister raised over there on our experience in Ibadan about getting something back. I am aware of some investment-linked life assurance policies where that works like savings with life assurance cover embedded therein. So you get practically your entire money back at the end of the period if nothing happens, with interest in some instances, and with life cover embedded.
Attached to it, yes.
I think that practically answers that question. If that such products are marketed properly. Thank you. But please refer back to my
yes.
question.
I already
practical experience.
Kayode will answer that question.
Thank you.
He has been lamenting to me about that question, so he has answers. The second question beside you.
Good afternoon. I'm Raymond from Cox Microinsurance. I basically would like to ask regarding penetration. We've been talking about penetration the whole time. But I personally believe for penetration to happen, people need to know what is penetrating, right? So basically raises the question of education, right? I also am aware that where there is no responsibility, there is little progress. When there is not someone that you say, no, you're supposed to do this, and you're supposed to do that, there's little progress. So now, what steps are we taking collectively to make sure there is education? What role is the regulator, playing in the education of the populace? Because it's quite shocking. Personally, I would use example of grannies and stuff when it comes to insurance, not understanding insurance. But then not too long ago, someone who was very young, in the 20s, made a statement like, oh no, don't go near insurance. They're looking for, if you have a claim, they'll look for a way not to pay you. We've heard stuff like that from someone who's in his 20s, who've got access to internet, who's got access to social media and stuff like that. How do we change that?
So I would answer that question quickly. I'm not sure any regulator around the world believes their job is the job of education. It is the job of the service provider. And in the case of this particular product, it would help if there is a joint coalition of service providers to do this. I know that happens in pensions. I don't know how much it happens in insurance. But it will be helpful. Like I told Kayode the other day, the day all of us have 20 million customers each, we can start quarreling. But until we get there, it will help if we all collaborate to get to 20 million customers each. So I think that is the way we need to look at it, as in looking at ourselves as providers, instead of looking to regulator as go and help us educate the customers. Because at the end of the day, it is still your product. The customer needs to know how you will serve him, not how the regulator will regulate you serving him. So, but Ayo, as concerns the African experience, why has Ayo worked phenomenally in Ghana, and right now we've not had that same uptake in Nigeria?
Okay, before I answer that question, if you will permit me, I want us to just take 5 seconds to put our hands together for the regulator NICOM. Please, let's put our hands together for them. And I'll tell you why. It is very easy for us to miss them out in the scheme of things. Have you noticed that most policies or regulations that are churned out in Nigeria end up working quite well? Because it takes time for you to get there. I know that sometime last year, NICOM was at the forefront of Bima Labs, trying to get so many stakeholders in this room into a room. And I think Izano was part of that as well. And just basically trying to understand how this terrain of InsurTech works and what they can glean from there to make things better. But going back to the question of penetration, I'm going to use 2 examples, and I need you to follow me very closely, because we cannot talk about penetration without talking about financial inclusion. They go hand in glove. When Tunji talks about collaboration, I say to him that when we go out to make presentations, we basically talk about 4 things: savings, investments, pensions, and insurance or protection. Because you can't preach one and leave the others hanging. You have to look for a way to make the average man understand that throughout their financial life cycle, they would experience all of these 4, and they have to be positioned to take advantage of them at whatever point it is. I will start with the example of India. Some of us may have read very recently about how India got to 80% financial inclusion in less than 6 years. And the solution was not too difficult. In fact, the person who wrote that article made it very easy for us to understand that we have exactly what India had to take them to 80% today, here, right now. So two platforms became very important for India. They had an identity platform very similar to what we call our NIN platform. They also have a platform called UDI or something, I can't remember the name again, which is also the same thing as our NIBS. We all know NIBS, right? So what they did in India was they integrated their version of the NIBS platform with the NIN platform. And once that integration happened, you know where they took the services to? They didn't stop at the banks or the fintechs or the insurtechs. They took it to that POS guy on the streets to say, if you as an Indian want to have credit, a little simple loan, you must actually have a bank account. And those guys can open they opened up the API or the interface to ensure that the guys are able to have a bank account. And from that agent, you can buy micro insurance. You can buy micro pensions. You can take loan or credit. You can save. You can do almost everything from that POS agent. In one location, there are about 20 of them. Again, trust. That was how India moved from less than 10% to 80% in 6 years. The second example that I would use is obviously Ghana. Apart from our jollof rice, I don't think we're doing anything better than Ghana today. Apart from our jollof rice. By the way, Super Eagles. By the way, their jollof rice is fantastic as well. But this is what has happened in Ghana. Early 2010, Nigeria and Ghana were at the same level in terms of financial inclusion. It was roughly about 42-44%. The same level. And in less than 10 years, Ghana has moved very closely to the 92-93% level. Why? What has changed? Ghana was grappling with the same things we're grappling with today until they decided to break the legs of the table and they said to themselves, you know what? We cannot do it alone. We players can't do it alone. We need to collaborate with the market. We need to collaborate with the everyday man on the streets. So what did they do? Very simply, followed the Indian model and boom, it happened. In Ayo's case, remember when I said that when I started, I said Ghana has a population of about 30 million people. And Ayo has enrolled more than 10 million. Ayo is not the only insurtech in Ghana. So how did it happen? Part of the enabling environment that was provided in Ghana from a regulatory standpoint is that Ghana is able to use the airtime on their phone to buy insurance. Simply that. That is just the only game changer. Now, there are pros and there are cons to that approach, but they have done a good job in trying to get the average man educated and exposed to that opportunity. So people have latched onto it. Nigeria today has had issues with that process. And even though we know that some players had gone ahead to do it at some point, it was stopped for obvious reasons. But today, there is a solution. And the solution is that at that time, the issue was basically, can telcos act as deposit banks? Which is, you're probably making them superpowers. So what did they do? They introduced the PSBs, the payment service banks, to say, yes, whilst you do all of this, try and channel these kind of transactions through the PSBs. Part of the work that the InsurTech regulation is addressing is to see how that interplay works efficiently. If we're able to get that, this is what happens. You will go out there and that guy at the junction is able to provide you with every financial instrument that you need. Let me not even talk about M-Pesa. You know why M-Pesa was successful in Kenya? M-Pesa was successful because when it was launched, the week it was launched, the banks in Kenya were failing. The banks were failing. And M-Pesa launched and everybody latched onto it. The government made a mistake, or maybe they didn't make a mistake. They said, hey, people are latching onto this platform. Let's not regulate it. Let's see what's going to happen. And guess what? They started to pay pensions and allow people to buy treasury bills through M-Pesa. And that was where everything changed. Is Kenya different from Nigeria? Why has wallets not worked in Nigeria and the likes of South Africa? It's because we trust our banks. Like somebody said yesterday, our banks are trusted, our banks are strong, our banks are replicating what the fintechs are doing. But guess what? At the end of the day, we can only do so much. At the end of the day, if the banks are able to do that, so what's happening to the fintech players that are coming up? Some of them that we praise today, you know their names. They didn't start today. They started 6-7 years ago. Some even 10 years ago. But you know what changed? January to March 2023. We all found it difficult to use our bank accounts to do the basic transfers and recharge. True or false? And so what happened? We lost trust. The seed of mistrust was sown. But these fintech players, what happened? They demonstrated their capabilities. And by doing so, what did they do? They started to gain trust. So remember what I said before. If the platform is trusted, people would run to it. That is how most of them became the mammoths that they are today. And that trend is just starting. Because guess what? They have realized, people have come to trust. And once you create trust,
it's only a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Does that answer the question? By the way, if you have your offering and tithes, please, Karen will take it there right after. So I want to do a quick shameless plug. Odion, you can't arrest me. We are creating a service we've created a service that allows you to do that. It's called PenPay, where you can be able to make transactions via POS terminals. It will be available across every POS terminal in Nigeria. So if you want your customers to be able to reach your service, speak to me after. Comfort, you wanted to say something?
So, I agree with you, Ayo. And I love the examples that you used. And I agree with the man who said something about policy. And I agree with you also that it is not the job of the regulators to educate, right? So my question also to the man who asked the question about practical example from experience and this, and it's one thing I say always. In Africa today, look at the size of the market. I love the fact that you started with India and then you came down to Ghana. A lot of times in the market, especially in the sector that I play in, people are quick to point their finger at, oh, Kenya is doing it, it's working, Ghana is doing it. One question I keep asking is, what is the population of these countries compared to Nigerian population? They are not up to 30% of our population, for crying out loud. Look at one state in Nigeria. What are we talking about? There is no basis for comparison. There is no basis. Let them bring that same approach to the Nigerian market and crack it. I had the same conversation with the regulators. Like, really? Seriously? You want to compare a giant with, I don't want to call it a
Interesting, interesting. So I think that we still have one more question over there.
We should look at the numbers.
So one more question over there before we round.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry. Comfort, I think, sorry, my name is Alfred Robinson, just a delegate and...
sorry, we didn't hear that. Say again.
My name is Alfred Robinson. I'm a delegate.
Okay.
And Mr. Kayode killed it. Please send me your account number for my own offering. Yeah, please. I don't have a question, but a little contribution. Kayode actually finished it in the sense that my contribution is for this to work. I think, for instance, right now I can't see any federal or state representative here. I don't know if I'm right, and the panelists. Whatever that can work in Nigeria should have federal, state, and local representatives. Because the regulators, like I heard, cannot implement or create awareness. Who are the body responsible to create awareness for the local man to understand what insurance is? I think there is none. Okay, I am developing fintech platform, which I've been working for like 7 years with less than 500 intakes. What we're going through here is awareness. There is no awareness of how this thing works. If there can be awareness, automatic enrollment, for instance, our education system is whack. Secondly, who is teaching the common man how this thing works? If I didn't come from fintech background, I wouldn't know what you're talking about here. You are integrating insurance with technology when we don't even have a common education for ordinary people to even understand go and come. So what I'm trying to say is I integrated the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in my platform. Why? Because the whole 17 goals has everything that we need or we're talking about here. For instance, we can do the same from nursery, primary, secondary, tertiary, university and higher institution. We can integrate these insurance policies to every child so that they grow up knowing these things. If we don't do it from early days, how can they know it even when they're adult like me? Half of the population of this country don't know what insurance is. Let me use that word. I may not be right with the metrics, but majority of Nigerians don't understand insurance. For instance, she said, you paid, can I get my money back at the end of the year? No. Why? Where is the money going to? Is it the profit business? So I give you, you cannot give me back? It's a scam. That kind of stuff. Yeah. This is the mentality of many people. So we need awareness. We need education. We need to educate people about what we are doing so that this technology can actually benefit everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm still a very adamant person in terms of not bringing the regulator into the conversation of awareness, even though the regulator is a fantastic player. But I generally just believe that we, the players, are the ones that are to be charged with spreading the awareness of the product. What we must do, which has not been done, is creating a coalition to do it through. So maybe I don't want to go out with Kayode, for instance, and I don't want to be seen with Kayode outside, but is there a vehicle that we can all channel that will be speaking about insurance on a generic level so that the public can understand what insurance is? So when I, as Kayode, show up, they know what it is already because that campaign has already been speaking about it. Across the world, there are things like that. I think in the UK, there's a joint insurance and pension conversation that does this thing. In fact, they dropped a rap track like last year. I started looking for a Nigerian who would do the exact thing for Nigeria. So that is still the players that will do that. I think we've covered all our questions. Oh my God, we have one more. Yes, Rotis has told me no. Ladies, it's Rotis that said I should not take it. Okay, I should take it. All right, please let her ask her question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the panelists for a very engaging session. And I just wanted to just drop a thought with regards to strategy and collaboration because I think this is very, very important. The fact that we're in Nigeria and since yesterday we've been saying so much about the fact that the culture and even religion sometimes fuels the lack of penetration of insurance. So thinking about what we can do, I know that you had said that, yeah, we should look at insurance from a general perspective, but I think that we need to be strategic. So for instance, he mentioned something about the real estate sector, how there's actually a policy that talks about you have to take insurance when you do like 2 floors. I'm going to give another example. Under the Pension Reform Act, there's the group life insurance, which says that once you have 3 employees, you need to actually sign up to that. How many corporates are actually doing this? So what it means is that the players in the insurance sector, they need to come together and see how they can not first of all penetrate the market, but penetrate strategic places in Nigeria, strategic sectors as well. To penetrate those sectors, to say that, okay, for instance, you have a voice in this place. You need to drive knowledge here, even from the top. And then even just the same way we talk about politics, going to the grassroots, going to the local government, you need to strategically place people and players in the insurance sector. It's not really going to happen from just the school. Because don't forget, the boy or girl that goes to school will go back home, and the mother and father will still say, you will not die in Jesus' name. Do you understand? So it goes beyond just normal schooling. You need to, we need to come together and strategically go into those sectors and begin to think about how we can change the narratives and drive what we want to achieve with insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for this wonderful panelist. I think they've done justice to it. And please don't forget to put your... There's an offering bowl over there for Karade. He's going to take offerings and tithes after. Is Odio going to take a picture with us? Yes. I want to, please, indulge me. You know, in Yoruba culture, if you see elder outside and you don't greet them, it can cause family quarrel. Please, I want you to put your hands together for Mr. Yomi Badijo Kusoya, the MD of CSC Connect. He's my very serious boss, so I had to just do that.
He is actually the president, African Peer Association of... right? Did I get it right? President.
Well, immediate past president.
He is actually President Emeritus.
All right.
Well done. A round of applause to all our panelists. I told you guys it was going to be very invigorating and very, very interesting. All right, we're moving along now because we are behind on time. We're going to take a look at a video from IO, Nigeria Disruptive Product Service Demo. So let's play that video now.
Ready to recharge with care? Follow these steps to secure your life and hospitalization covers. Visit www.sanlam.ior.com.ng to sign up. Enter your phone number and the OTP received. Create and confirm a 4-digit PIN. Keep it safe. Re-enter your phone number and PIN to log in. Select not currently if you are enrolling by yourself. Complete KYC process. If validation fails, dial *346# and follow the prompts to retrieve NIN. After completing KYC process, click continue to confirm your name. Select my hospital cover, my life cover, or both. Choose preferred cover period and prepaid amount. After choosing payment plan, click accept terms and conditions and click next to continue. Click submit to proceed with payment. Select preferred payment option and provide details. Upon successful payment, your profile will be updated with your payment info. For payment issues, click contact us. Sanlam IO. Tomorrow don't make sense.
All right. So we're moving right along. We're going to have another demo from Fast Claim Solutions. I want to please give a round of applause. He was on here yesterday, today as well. Mr. Uche Okugo, founder of Fast Claim Solutions. Looking very much looking forward to his product demo as well. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so I'm going to be doing a very fast demo. And it's going to be very interactive. So can we have the first video, please? Video.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Okay, it's okay. The insurance company will take care of it. It might take a while, but it will get through.
No, Dad, it doesn't have to. Fast Claim app to the rescue. Fast Claim?
With Fast Claim, it's all easy. All you do is download the app, register, upload pictures of the damage, provide details, and submit. And Fast Claim takes it up with your insurance company for you and makes the claims notification and processing faster.
Fast Claim!
With Fast Claim, you know by markets.
Fast Claim!
Thank you so much. So the question now is, why Fast Claim? Fast Claim helps to speed up the process of notifying your underwriters. So when a claim occurs, you can easily and quickly go to Fast Claim and lodge in your claim, and immediately your underwriter gets notified. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to make this more interactive. Sorry.
Leila, where are you?
I'm on my way. You'll see me soon. I'm coming.
Please, hurry. The clients are already here. Leila, how far now?
My car just stopped at the middle of nowhere.
I'm sorry. Please, get a cab quickly.
I can't leave my car here.
That's easy. Download the Fast Claim app.
Download the Fast Claim app, register, and use the towing option in Fast Claim services. Never get stranded. Get on the soft life with Fast Claim. Fast Claim, you know by market.
So, do we all have our mobile devices here? Because I want us to have a more interactive demo. So if you have your mobile device here, can you bring out your phone? So the first person that downloads the app and makes a claim, I'm going to see it on the dashboard here. Fast Claim is going to give that person a gift. I just want you to be able to connect to the look and feel of the app, because this is tech we're talking about here. So if you have your iPhone, you go on your App Store. If you have your Android phone, you go on your Play Store. I want us to have so you could see the look and feel of the app. And immediately you can make a claim to whichever insurance company that is onboarded in Fast Claim, and I'm going to see your name right here. I'm going to get your claims notification just the same time also the insurance company is going to get the claims notification. Have we downloaded the claim? Sorry, have we downloaded the app? Sorry, have we downloaded the app? Have you downloaded? Have you registered? Yes, register. Then when you register, choose any insurance company and make a claim. Just put in any dummy policy number, fill it in and make a claim. If anyone has done that, I want to see the person's hand up. Okay, I think I just received a claim. A claim has been done by Ugo Obichukwu. Who is Ugo Obichukwu? And the claim was made to Custodia and Ally. Who? Okay. So I can see it on my dashboard here. He just made a claim. So what we try to do in fast claim is to be able to speed the claim process. It takes a whole lot that when an incident occurs, you need to go fill the claim form and the rest other process of the claim administration comes in. But what we're trying to do is to give confidence to the insuring public that the insurance companies pay claims, and at the incident of any occurrence of any claim, the insurance companies are very swift to respond to your claim. Thank you. So if there's any questions, I'll be very happy to answer those questions. There's somebody there.
Does your company, when you get a notification of an accident, report those accidents to the police of the who was involved in the incident?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, when you receive a report of an accident, do you report those, the fact that an accident occurred and person A was at fault, you report that to the police?
Okay, So when you're reporting your accident, when you're using the application, it's going to pick your live location. So when the insurance company is being notified, now there's a chat system behind. So that means they're going to tell you that they've received a reference for the claim you've lodged. Then at that chat system, for every other documentation for them to fulfill that claims obligation, they will have that interface with you.
Good afternoon. So what happens if you already paid for the claim and you discover that it's a fraudulent claim?
Point of correction. We do not settle claims in Fast Claim platform. What it is just for claims notification to the underwriting firm, to your own insurance company. And we help facilitate the flow and build confidence within the insured to be able to claim so the insurance company can make payment to them.
Thank you very much. So my question is this. I think I have an understanding how claim works. So if I download this app and I have a claim and my insurance company is notified, what happened to the process? Because claim has a process. You know, you submit your claim, you do documentation, the insurance company do their own stuff, they get back to you, they could reject the claim, they could accept the claim, they could do anything with the claim. What happened during the process? Will you still be carried along? And what happened exactly? And how do you get paid? How do you get paid? So if my claim is not honored, for instance, what's your line? Because I could buy insurance company, maybe from a broker, from a company, they have my data. So number two question is that, how secure is my data with you? Because I didn't buy insurance directly from you in the first instance, and I just I got notification through you. What are you going to do with my data in the line of data privacy? But the key question, from claim notification, claim settlement, what happened? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, each insurance companies, they have their own underwriting and claim settlement process. Now, what we've done in Fast Claim is to build a community for both insured and insurer to come and communicate on a very sensitive issue, which is people believe that insurance companies do not pay claim. So it is as simple as this. You have a mobile application. Even for a third party, most people that have a third party policy do not believe that they have a third party policy. An incident occurs. You come on the app. You put in your policy number. Choose your insurance company. The details and the information that you are sending is going straight to the dashboard of the insurance company. The only thing I see on my dashboard is the reference number and the name of who lodged the claim. At the back end, there's a chat system with you and the underwriting firm. Now they will reach out to you and say, Mr. A, we've gotten your claim notification. This is your reference number. Can you furnish us with further documentation to be able to process your claim? Now, the only thing we have, I see from my own dashboard, is pending, receiving attention, or concluded. So that is within you and your insurance company. I don't know if I answered your question. Is that okay? Okay. So,
thank you very much, sir. From what we see, you are rendering an insurance-related service. But to allay the fears or clear the doubts of some of the players here who may want to onboard this service, some of them would like to know, since you are rendering such insurance-related service, is this subject to any approval by NICOM? What is your experience like, or it's not necessary for you to go about rendering this service?
Okay, thank you.
Which
organization do you work for?
I work in Consolidated Hallmark Insurance.
Okay, so Consolidated Hallmark is onboarded on this platform. Then 2, we have the necessary regulatory approval, because at the point of we're doing our demo, we sat down with Nikon and they appreciated it, that this is something that's going to help to install confidence to the insuring public, and they gave us their letter of no objection. So I think on that note, thank you so much.
All right, our thanks again to Mr. Uche Okugo, who is the founder of Fast Claim Solutions. Just shows how deep the insurance market is, to where you've got multiple players serving multiple purposes. So now we're going to have another very interesting plenary discussion that's coming up. This is going to be on the, oh yeah, I like this. This is on the Internet of Things, healthcare, HMOs and accessible healthcare for Nigerians. So we've talked about microinsurance. Now I think this is going to be another very interesting topic with regards to healthcare. And I think we do have a universal healthcare program in Nigeria, but the issue is it scalable? Is it affordable? I think we just need to get microphones up, yeah? All right. So, healthcare, very important topic. Is healthcare a right or a privilege? How is insurance going to scale it? So we're going to be very much looking forward to having that conversation. While we're getting, I think we can call up the participants for this conversation. So let me start, of course, as we've done all the way with, and please remember, hashtag IMT 2023, Insurance that Meets Tech 2.0. There we go. That's our plenary right there. So, first off, the moderator, Oladotun Adeogun, Managing Director, Hallmark HMO. You're very welcome. This promises to be very engaging. It's all about healthcare. And let me also call up to the stage Dr. Gideon Anumba, Head of Operations at Leadway Health. You're very welcome, sir. You have to have doctors on the stage if you're talking about healthcare. You absolutely must. It adds so much to the conversation. Let me also call up Dr. Olumuyiwa Olusoya, Managing Director, CEO, Health Partners HMO. You're very welcome, sir. Make sure we have, okay, our microphones are up there, okay. Also calling to the stage, Abi Ofri, co-founder, chief executive officer, Gero Care Solutions Limited. Okay, I think I see Abi making her way to the stage. Yes, please, a warm round of applause as Abi Ofri, co-founder and chief executive. Yeah, I know, I was distracted. This Abi's right here. You're very welcome. And finally, Dr. Jadisola Idowu, Chief Operating Officer, AXA Mansard Health. All right. It's a very diverse panel. We like that. All right. Oladipo, the stage is yours. Do take it away.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. It's a rainy day, but I'm sure we are going to have a very warm conversation. You know, the other topic that we looked at was like, well, then what are we going to say in the HMO space or the healthcare space if the main insurance, you know, if they are still struggling with so many things? We obviously are going to say that we're crawling because we know the challenges that we have. But the good thing today is that I have wonderful people who are already doing some wonderful things regarding Internet of Things, and they are going to share their experiences. I'm the moderator, so I have the mic, so I can throw questions to them as I like. That's the good thing about being the moderator. So I'm going to first of all start by asking each of you to introduce yourselves and give us just a preview of what you think this topic is all about. So I'll start with the female in the house, Dr. Jadi.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And it's good to be in your midst, and I'm sure you're having a great time. My name is Dr. Jadi Solaidowu, Chief Operating Officer, AXA Mansard Health. I am a consultant family physician, a fellow of the West African College of Physicians, and also of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria in the Faculty of Family Medicine. I've been in practice for over 23 years, and I have been in the HMO space. I started with Hygeia as far back as 2006, and I'm with AXA Mansard now. And right now, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of AXA Mansard Health, and I coordinate all the operations of our HMO, which is a national HMO, as you are aware, and of course, #1 in Nigeria. Here to serve you. Thank you.
Wow, wow. Please, can you give her a round of applause? That's even serious. All right, Dr. Obi.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. A.B. Offrey. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GeroCare. And at GeroCare, the main problem is solved is that we noticed as a Nigerian, before you get to the age of 40, there's a 70 to 75% chance you will have lost one or both your parents to untimely death or have them severely incapacitated by conditions that could have been prevented. So that's why we launched GeroCare. At GeroCare, we make it extremely easy for Nigerians wherever they are in the world to subscribe for regular doctor home visits and home medical care for their parents in Nigeria using the GeroCare application. Through our cloud-based hospital structure, we're able to convert every patient's home to a primary health care center. Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to give us more, you know, areas where you're using Internet of Things to deliver your service. Yours is very, very interesting. So I'll go to Dr. Olusoya.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Olumuyiwa Olusoya. I'm the CEO of Health Partners HMO, one of the leading HMOs in the country. I've been in health insurance industry for about 2 decades. And I love to see a Nigeria where universal health coverage becomes a reality through cooperation, through leveraging of technology, and ensuring that all stakeholders work together to provide healthcare that is not only best practice, but can rival healthcare anywhere in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You mentioned universal health coverage. If we start that conversation, are we going to leave here today? But I'm sure that people have questions regarding that. So I'll go to Dr. Godwin. Okay. Gideon, sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gideon Anumba. I trained as a medical doctor, but when I introduce myself these days, I prefer to say I'm a health insurance practitioner. And that's because in the almost 20 years post-graduation, I've been doing insurance for 13 years after about 6 years stint in clinical medicine. I currently work at Leadway Health as the head of operations. And for those of us that have been in the room for some time, there was an advert on Leadway, one Leadway that has been showing the bag growing because with Leadway, you can accommodate a lot more, from your insurance to your asset, to your health, to your wealth. You know, so like our tagline is for health, for wealth, and for more. We are the youngest baby for Leadway, which is over 50 years, but we're just 3 years. And Leadway did not add health just because we wanted the suitcase to grow longer. It's because we wanted to make a difference, and we have been, doing that and are contending as the top 5 health insurers in Nigeria with just 3 years in business. Thank you.
Thank you, Leadway, for making a difference. All the differences that we have made together, what percentage is it? Can somebody in the audience guess? What percentage of Nigerians has health insurance? That's a question for you. Anybody wants to volunteer that information? Don't tell me you don't know. It's not up to 10%. Oh, somebody's shocked. Dr. Olusoya,
Yes. We don't have up to 10% coverage yet in Nigeria for health insurance. So we have a lot of work to do.
Okay. So another question to you over there. How many of you have health insurance? Please raise up your hand if you have health insurance. Hey, we're in trouble. Hey.
I can see a lot of customers.
Sorry?
A lot of my potential customers are here.
A lot of potential customers are here. I won't ask you why. Please hold that. When that's the main issue here. So we're going to start talking about Internet of Things. And I mean, for those that have been here since yesterday, you know how you've been relating on the issue of technology and insurance. And health insurance is different compared to the general, the agri, the games, covering of assets. This is providing service for people to have access to, medical, what do you call it now? Access whenever there is a need for it. So unlike the general insurance, there's a possibility that in 4 or 5 years, there's no claim. But in health insurance, from the minute that you got the alert, that the person bought insurance, if you allow him, it will finish up the benefit or the access that same day. It's possible. So our own experience is different. And we're going to be looking at how, we can use the Internet of Things to scale in terms of access. Just like we told you, we only have about 10%. It's not even up to 10%. And even here, a lot of us don't have health insurance, meaning that we are part of the people that are paying out of pocket or believing God that you will never fall sick in Jesus' name. Or the traditionalist who believes that once I take my agbo, I am strong. So how do we go about it? So I'm going to go back again to Dr. Jade. AXA Mansard has been a player for a while, and I'm very sure that you have, utilized technology to improve access. Can you share some of those examples with us, please?
Thank you. So, incidentally, AXA Mansard Health is marking 10 years this year. We're starting our celebration October 2nd to 7th. You're all invited.
For all of us?
Oh, yes, you're all invited. So, we're 10 years, and it's really a journey. And of course, I bring greetings from my MD, Mr. Tope Adeniyi, who is the founder, the foundation MD, and is still with us in the last 10 years journey. Now, AXA started this journey with not just the corporate in mind. Like we said, 10%, less than 10% of Nigerians are covered by health insurance, which is abysmally so unacceptable, which is why the government came up in 2022 with the Universal Health Coverage Act that was passed and make it mandatory for all Nigerians to have health insurance. The operational guidelines are being launched. We just had some stakeholders meeting with our regulator, the National Health Insurance Authority. Now, AXA started 10 years ago with microchips, card-enabled microchips. And when enrollees, which is one of the Internet of Things devices, when enrollees visit a hospital and they've been onboarded, the sensor, which is on that microchip card, this is microchip enabled card, is inserted into the card reader, and that card reader is able to transmit directly to our own portal. And we can, the hospital or provider, or could be even a pharmacy or a diagnostic center, is able to get all the benefits of the enrollee, of course, enrollee number, and all the details, biodata and everything is there. And that's one of those IoT things that we started with. But over the years, of course, we've developed a very solid CBA, core business application, which has enabled us to upgrade. I mean, we're a national HMO, and we're not just limited to Nigeria. Like we know, AXA itself is in over 56 countries all over the world. Now, international plans are there, corporate plans are there, micro insurance products are also there. Now, with this micro-enabled cards, microchips card, we migrated to wearable devices where our enrollees have been empowered also to be able to monitor themselves and also report. So we migrated to that, where we have sensors also with the devices like that enrollees are able to generate. And right now, our plan moving into the future, I mean, talking about the next 10 years, is moving into a real-time online integration between portals. So right now we have a CBA that is able to process claims in less than 15 days, and which is why we pride ourselves that we don't owe any hospital, we are paying claims on time. But the next stage is actually to do a real-time online processing of claims, which is enabled by this CBA. We have a new CBA that's been launched even in our 10th anniversary, and we're able to now do real-time online claims processing, where claims can be paid on time. I also want to mention that AXA Mansard Insurance, which is our father organization that was there before we started the insurance arm. So AXA in Nigeria is AXA Insurance, AXA Investment, and AXA Mansard Health. AXA Insurance also has this motor-enabled trackers where we can track cars, and those are also part of IoT things. They also have this home insurance smoke and fire detectors that are also given as part of the insurance products that are given to customers, and this has been used over the years, which is also has been replicated in our own platform. So over now, these IoTs have actually helped us to empower enrollees, empower patients. We've also developed my AXA Plus app, where you can go to the Play Store and download for every of our enrollees, where they can see their benefits, even right there on their phone. And as they get to the hospitals, without having to wait, they can book their appointments, they can schedule a visit or schedule a health check. So basically, we've benefited, and the goal is beyond these corporate plans. We are now going into what we call emerging markets. And the plan is actually partnering with telecoms to reach all the cronies of Nigeria. We actually have a partnership now with Airtel, and MTN is about to be signed on, where we can now go into micro insurance products. I mean, we're talking of very cheap plans that people, everyone on a mobile phone, even in Karo and Amoda, all the remotest part of Nigeria to Ogbomoso, can have health insurance in order to have this universal health coverage for our populace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That last one that you mentioned is still in the pipeline. From what
no, we already have a product with Airtel.
Okay, you already have competitors, because those that are left here have run ahead of you. I'm sure you had them. So what's going to happen?
We have it.
Okay, so I'll move to Dr. Abi. GeroCare, you've told us what you do. I'm just wondering, you know, ordinarily preventive care should be the way to go. I mean, it's better to prevent than to spend the money, you know, for the care. But we know our environment. They say that we are all one emergency away from being bankrupt because of healthcare. So if I can imagine if Baba, whatever, from the village, who is your uncle, calls and says, somebody fell down from the tree and we are trying to raise money for him, you too, you will do what? You will contribute to it. You don't have a choice. But prevention, what are the things we can do to help ourselves, you know, to embrace preventive, health care, especially using Internet of Things. I don't know what you do in GeroCare, whether you use any of those Internet of Things to enable access, but even the issue of preventive. Can you speak to that, please?
So thank you very much. I'll touch on it in 3 parts. First of all, I'll talk about the fact that preventive care is key, and that's what we focus on, because my own constituency is the elderly, and we try to ensure they don't need to have any emergencies later on. And then I'll touch on the IoT part of things. So GeroCare is structured in such a way that our elderly parents are able to get regular doctor home visits, at least once a month, to detect conditions early and begin management. And the idea is that because there is no structure, adequate structure for elderly care in Nigeria, it's better to prevent them from getting to that stage. And so we see them every month to catch conditions very early. The story I like to tell is a friend of mine's father on a Sunday morning went to church. He was fully healthy, or so they thought. He participated in service, but after service he got home. He was then talking to his friend on the phone. After a while, the friend could no longer hear him. He thought it was network. He kept on dialing, but he had no idea this man had passed away. But everybody would say, but the man was fine, he was strong. I saw him in church this morning. But the question is, was he strong, or was nobody just checking? Because when his blood pressure moved up gradually, nobody was there. From 130 to 140, hit 200s. The man collapses and dies. They say, but he was fine. And that's why we ensure our doctors are able to see these elderly beneficiaries at least once a month and let us, the children, know that everything is fine. And I'll add a bit of IoT here. So the way the system works is that as a beneficiary, you go to our sites, you create an account for yourself, you add your parents as a beneficiary, and you make a payment. Immediately they are matched to a doctor who lives nearby, who begins to visit them at home at least once a month and give you, the child, real-time updates wherever you are in the world. And by real-time updates, I mean when the doctor gets to your house, he checks in. Wherever in the world you are, you know he's there. When he's done, he checks out, you know he has left. You then receive a summary on how they're doing for that day. If they need drugs or tests, you make a payment and it's delivered to them at home. So they receive the exact same care they will have received in the clinic, just like it's taking place at home, with the added benefit of you knowing what's going wherever you are in the world, and the parents not having to pay for the care. So many times, conditions they will have waited long periods for to get treated are taken care early. We like to say our parents have what they call a selfless love for us, because when something happens, they don't tell us until it's too late. However, with this kind of system, most of the time you know beforehand that the condition or their drugs are finished and you're able to pay for it, so they don't feel like a burden. So the way we ensure preventive care is ensuring they have regular doctor home visits to catch conditions early and nip them in the bud, and ensure they're able to receive access to the care without any problems and payments at that point of care. So that's for prevention. All right. So for the IoT part of things, I mentioned in the beginning that GeroCare is actually a cloud-based hospital. So the way we see our service is that the boundary of Nigeria is the boundary of GeroCare, and every home is a consulting room. So what happens is that the doctors arrive connected to everybody else you need. So he sees you like a normal consultation you would have received in the clinic. Clicking, history taking, examination. But instead of writing a physical prescription, he makes a request on his application. He goes to a pharmacy network, we deliver to you at home. Same for lab investigations. So the notion that home care is substandard doesn't hold forth, because the same care you would have received in the clinic takes place at home. It's just that being able to connect everybody else you need together in the cloud to ensure we provide every service you need at your beck and call.
All right, that's interesting. What of telemedicine? Do you employ the use of telemedicine when you're talking about GeroCare?
Yes, we do. So especially for our specialist care, what we noticed was that because of the fact we try to make our service as affordable as possible, we know price is a factor. And to get a consultant to go to a home may be quite expensive. So we have the medical doctor himself go for the visit and have the consultant join in their teleconsultation if price is a factor. However, if the sponsor is willing to pay, he can pay for a consultant home visit. But if not, the consultant participates via teleconsultation. Also, the patients have access to their doctors at any point in time. So they can call the doctor, that's still teleconsultation, to find out what they need to do before the next visit.
Wow. Okay. You've mentioned some things, and you know, as you were talking about how you're able to use the app to, you know, relate with the elderly, I was wondering, you know, right now, we mentioned the issue of the potential that is in the market. We currently have only 10%, and that means there's still 90% out there. And the apps are there, the telemedicines are there. Why are we still at 10%? Dr. Gideon, can you please share with us what you think you know, we can do to be able to gain access to this huge population that is available out there?
Okay, thank you very much. A very good question, but I would start that question by busting a bubble that we have created here to make ourselves look good. And that bubble is the fact that we have covered 10%. If any one of us knows the population of Nigeria today, if we are talking about 10%, we are talking about 20 million plus. But I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the number of Nigerians that are on insurance that can guarantee them any form of protection from out-of-pocket payment, you're talking about less than 5 million. And if we put the 5 million in context of a 200 million population, you start looking at 2.5%. Now, if we now want to avoid people raising arguments around that, you can say, okay, 5% of Nigerians are insured. That would be 10 million. But I am one of those that would argue strongly, because even in the face of the absence of data or good data or data in one place that we, you know, part of the challenge we have here, we can, as industry providers and players, you know, add up the numbers that we have amongst us, and it comes to, you know, a lot less than that 5%. Now, when you talk about the potential, that then means that 100% growth for this industry is just moving from 5 to 10. That's a very huge potential and something that is seemingly, you know, easy to, you know, achieve. But you then now have to begin to understand why, in spite of the very, very abysmal doctor to patient population we have in Nigeria, hospitals are not, you know, overcrowded. Let me put it that way. WHO recommends that for every doctor, there should be 600 patients. In Nigeria, the last data available through the NMA puts it at a doctor to 5,000 patients. So that's how, you know, terrible the situation is. And that is our reality. Then how can we, you know, make the boat go faster? How do we begin to change this narrative? Like the question that's been thrown to me, you know, and I'm going to speak to that. Luckily for us, last year in May, there was a law that was passed and signed by the, you know, former President Buhari, which is the National Health Insurance Authority Act 2022, which made health insurance compulsory or mandatory for every Nigerian resident. So whether you're in Nigeria or not, if you're in Nigeria, you're supposed to have health insurance. But this is 1 year plus down the line and nothing has happened. And the only way we will begin to see movement is if there is some form of enforcement of this law. And what are the ways that such can be enforced? I know in Lagos State, if you ever fall into the hands of LASMA and you didn't find a way of settling with them before you get to the authorities. Part of the requirement is that you are going to demonstrate that you're a taxpayer. And if you are not a taxpayer, apart from the fines, you just have to, get some form of tax clearance and all of that. There are several public services that all of us, access. So if government, for example, says that before you can enjoy this public service, that you have to demonstrate that you are under a health insurance cover, and I know that things are going to begin to move faster. But I am really worried that if we are able to achieve that growth in the demand side of things, so meaning as of today, and I want to share another interesting number with us. I know we don't have a lot of time because we started late. As of today, that 10% we talked about may be true for Lagos, it's urban, and may be true for other urban locations. But if you put Nigeria as a country in perspective, you find that there are some places where you have less than 1% penetration and all of that. But we have to just put everything together so that we can look good. So there is the supply and there is the demand side. If we really achieve a movement of just that 5% to go to 10%, we are going to begin to have issues with the supply side. Because as of today, any hospital that you will recognize by name in Lagos will tell you that 50% of their current revenue are coming from health insurance. Just put that in perspective. 5% are responsible for 50% of the revenue. So meaning the other 95% are not spending their health, are not buying a lot of health care. That is the demand side. So once we begin to grow that demand side, we find out that the hospitals will be crowded up. You find out that access to service will become more difficult because people don't have to be prevented from going to hospital because they don't have money to pay out of pocket. So as we are thinking about growing the number of people on insurance, we need to start thinking about how we can deliver service when they finally come on health insurance. And that is where technology can be an enabler. Technology, and when we talk about technology being an enabler, there are two worlds, or probably three worlds that do exist in Nigeria. The world of those of us in Lagos, the world of those of us that are in other so-to-call cities, but considerable suburban. Then we talk about the world of those of us in the village, particularly when you start moving up north, where the landmass is very wide and somebody cannot easily, even if you have the money or have insurance, the closest hospital to you by road may be up to 2 hours and 3 hours. And that's where we now start to begin to think about how can technology enable us, how can internet enable us. And just by definition, I know we're in a tech gathering. Internet of Things simply means anything that has a chip and it can connect it by internet and can speak to each other. So your phone is an internet of things. If your TV is internet connected, it means you can be enabled to connect with internet of things. Telemedicine, it's already here. She talked about telemedicine, where you are able to consult with a doctor via your mobile phone. But pause a second and think about the guy in the rural area that does not have a phone that he can use to connect through telemedicine. So we can also now start beginning to talk. And some of these villages, our doctors will not go there to work. Even the urban cities are struggling to get doctors. So when you go to those urban out of station, some of the things we are beginning to now think about is, an internet connected medical clinic that may not necessarily have the doctor present there, but have other healthcare workers like the community health extension worker, like the nurse there. But anybody that walks into that space is able to be consulted with another doctor that may be sitting somewhere in Lagos or maybe somewhere within their community but very far from where the person is. So that's it's what we need to now start thinking, because the doctors we have will not be enough. So we need to be able to use technology to take doctors and healthcare to people in all of those their respective communities. Back to what we are doing as I round up, because I know maybe I will have time to talk more around these points I'm trying to raise. What we are already doing. We are for those that use smartphone, using the mobile applications, you are able to track how well or healthy that you are and reward you for not being sedentary. For example, we talk about your wearables, the watches that we wear. We talk about your app being the identity. We are not wasting resources printing physical cards and all of that. And these and a lot of other things are what we can use technology to do in terms of moving the ship, making the boat to move faster. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So from what all our doctors have been saying, for those who are in the tech space, you can see that there is a lot of opportunities in the health sector. We have a long way to go, and the more innovations to help us to scale, the better for you and for us, as well as to all Nigerians. I'll go to Dr. Olusoya. The other panelists talked about telecoms and the fact that communication has improved really after GSM came on board. And everywhere you go, there is access to telephone. You can talk to anybody all over the world. It wasn't like that before. We all remember we used to go and queue at Nitel. They are that generation. I'm not that generation. Because before I even said it, they said Nitel. If you are in your 20s, what's Nitel? I'm sure you don't know. All this Gen what? I don't know what to call them. So Dr. Olusoya, that revolution that happened in telecoms, is it possible in healthcare? And how do we achieve it through collaboration? Because as I said, these young guys, these tech guys, these people have the brains. They can come up with all these things and voila, healthcare becomes accessible for everybody. What can we do? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Using the power of technology to scale health insurance is a no-brainer. That's the way forward for the industry. Currently, health insurance drives on 3 principles of managed care. I would like to put that forward first. The first principle is access. The second is quality. And the third is affordability. Those are the core principles of managed healthcare that will run the model of health insurance on, and which is the model of the HMO that we actually run in Nigeria for most of the players. Now, leveraging technology through telecoms is very, very important in achieving these 3 goals or 3 pillars of managed healthcare: access, quality, affordability. So I'll talk about access. In the industry, as far back as 1996, when this industry started, we were not where we are today in terms of internet, in terms of technology, telecoms, and all that. But a lot has since changed, and we're beginning to see opportunities, how we can actually grow and scale with technology. So talking about access, we've been able to use technology. I can talk about Health Partners. Health Partners has launched a mobile app as far back as 5-6 years ago, where enrollees can actually register seamlessly, paperless registration, just like FastClaim was trying to demonstrate here. And I believe that most other HMOs have done the same. This industry is driven by technology, really. So I would like to give it to most colleagues and other operators in the industry. So we have been able to transform from paper registration to paperless registration, and even with the use of mobile apps, running on access to data, access to internet, with use of smartphones, which we all have today. So if you want to buy a Health Partners HMO plan, you can just go to Play Store and download Health Partners mobile app, and from there you register and you pay for your plan. So we're able to do that in creating access. What this means is that people in the rural areas can actually buy plans through the mobile app. And earlier at the meeting today, there's something very important that was discussed. The fact that we need to bring inclusion down to the grassroots. We're already there already. We're already making steps in the right direction with the use of banking agents in all the wards in Nigeria and all the local governments. These guys are the game changers in driving penetration of health insurance also. So it's not just about banking, general life insurance, and health insurance. They are the key agents that we have to partner with to actually drive access, because they work in a community, they live where people live, they have access to the technology, and they can actually leverage that to actually enroll people in their community. So access can be leveraged through data from the telecoms. So talking about quality, with the advent of telemedicine, we've been able to do a lot. Speaking for our partners, on our mobile app, we have access to telemedicine, where you can schedule an appointment and actually do telemedicine consultation as a subscriber of our HMO plan. This is also available from some of our colleagues in the industry. So we are able to use technology, speaking about Internet of Things, to harness telemedicine. And this is where access to care in the rural areas comes in, because of the barrier in accessing better quality hospitals in the urban areas. They can actually access care remotely using telemedicine. It makes the cost of care cheaper while you are not compromising on the quality. So this actually is something that we need to scale by making sure that everybody has access to it, partnering together with innovators in the tech space to make sure that this is actually accessed everywhere. And to be sincere, talking about what Dr. Gideon said, we have less than 10 million people registered under any form of health insurance in Nigeria. This number is also similar to that of pension. You'll be shocked to know that even pension, as of June this year, we only had 10 million people that have pension plans in Nigeria. So when you talk about that, I don't think we have done badly in our industry. I'm just trying to give us some slack, cut us some slack here. So even pension industry has only 10 million people that are generating the over 16 trillion, in contributions in Nigeria. You can see a parallel between health insurance and even the pension, because the same laws that are supposed to drive health insurance is the same law that is driving pension, to say that if you have 5 employees and below, you need to have a pension plan. You also need to have an HMO plan. That's why we're here today. So talking about quality, telemedicine is something that will ride on technology with the use of telecoms, with data. Now we are in the pilot phase of 5G. 5G is going to be one of the game changers that will actually make telemedicine more acceptable. Some of the challenges we're having right now is that even with the use of telemedicine, because the data is not potent enough, we find out that most of the time when you're trying to do a video streaming, you find out breaking. If you're calling from somebody outside the country, you find out at times you still have issues, although it has improved. But when 5G becomes operational and becomes the baseline, video calls, telemedicine, through apps, through devices, will be seamless and be able to work better. I remember during the COVID period when my HMO launched the telemedicine service to encourage more people to access. One of the challenges we had was the quality of the data through the telecoms platform. They were breaking most of the time, and that discouraged a lot of people. Having said that, the truth about it is that we have a lot of work to do in changing the mentality of people about accessing telemedicine, because people are still addicted to the physical face-to-face consultation with doctors. And it's not only in Nigeria, it's everywhere, it's a global thing. I just spoke to one of my colleagues in Canada who was talking about the fact that even in Canada, doctors don't like to use telemedicine apps. And the reason is this: it's cheaper. I'm going to give you a secret. It's cheaper to ask a doctor on telemedicine. So the consultation of the doctor, and that I'm sure Dr. Abri will also understand this. In launching GeroCare, we must have come in contact with that challenge. Doctors know that it's cheaper. So their consultation is actually cheaper when they are online and they are doing their consultation, because the cost of transportation, going to the clinic, having to see them in person is there. So actually, it will be cheaper. So it's not an incentive for them because they feel that they need to earn more. So most doctors globally, even the US, do not like to do telemedicine consultation because they earn less when they do that. So this is an economic issue we have to look at. Even where the technology is available, where they have the 5G, we still have to cross that road when we get there. Then talking about affordability, when we use technology, actually, we're able to reduce costs, and that's where we need to collaborate to achieve it. So with telemedicine, you reduce cost of consultation. At the same time, you don't compromise the quality. So as it is today, we are at the eve of the deployment of 5G in a full-scale manner that will make video conferencing seamless with telemedicine and all that. That is an opportunity for the industry to actually ride on. And that's one thing that we need to do well by collaborating to make sure that we work together to drive that access so that we can get people in the rural areas to tap in. The last is affordability. Payment plans, ensuring that people can access and pay through their phones and their airtime credits. I would like to say that the HMO industry has tried to do this as far back as 2013. I remember we had a partnership with the NCC where we tried to register people through the NCC platform, payment with airtime and all that. And I think somebody mentioned it here. We had some bottlenecks, and some people in government felt that, and some other competitors felt that these people are becoming too powerful. They blocked that scheme. And that's the difference between us and Ghana. When Kyle also was talking about why is it that Ghana, we launched our own national health insurance scheme before Ghana. Right now, Ghana has covered more than 50% of their population. And we are still crawling. We still have less than 5%. So I think the major challenge is political will and willingness to actually go in one direction without people being divided. And I think we are addressing that now with a new law. And the moderator was supposed to be at a meeting actually to speak with key stakeholders in driving this forward, even as this meeting is going on. And we're still going to join after this. So collaboration to ensure that access is good. We leverage quality with use of technology. And we make the plans available. And people have payment plans. They can pay per day. They can pay through the use of their airtime. Is some of the things we are working about in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olusoya. Please, can you give this gentleman and lady a round of applause? Well, you know, there are some challenges I have observed from all the conversations that we have had today. The first one is about personnel. You know, the challenge with the supply side. The fact is that, yes, the population is there for us. And from what you have heard, if we double the existing access, we'll have issues with the supply side. There are some hospitals now that the waiting period is like 1 hour before you see the doctor for consultation. Then another 1 hour for you to do your tests. Then another 1 hour to get your drugs. And some of us that are here, the reason why you don't have health insurance is like the experience of the enrollees of health insurance is different from the experience of the walk-in pay clients. So at times, even though you have the health insurance, you say, what the hell, I'll just pay so that I can get out of here on time. So I want to go around again. I'm going to mention the challenges. You can pick any of them and just try and come up with a recommendation. Help us help ourselves. The first one is what? Personnel. Even right now, we don't have enough doctors in Nigeria. I'm aware of a particular doctor who tells his wife once he comes home, I'm useless. Because by 12, I have seen like over 30 people. How can one person be consulting for 30 people? Within 2-3 hours, his mental health will be messed up. So, enforcement is another issue. We don't have the enforcement strong enough to help us to even sell. Yes, it's compulsory, but right now we don't even have a guideline to run the compulsory health insurance. But he just mentioned that there is a committee we are together on. The modalities is not clear yet. The other thing, which are the challenges I've observed, is the education. Health insurance has a lot of competition. One of our competitors is not God though, is our belief, our religion. It's not God. God is not our problem. But our religion that holds on to the fact that, God forbid, I will not need it. It's not my portion. Traditional medicine is another major problem we have. I won't tell you of a particular friend of mine who had an issue with the back and went through a traditional method first of all, and they put wood at his back. Yeah, and they tied a rope around it. And by the time he woke up the next morning, his face was swollen. And he felt stupid when he was explaining to somebody else that, I don't know why I went there, but you know, I just had the impression that I will get a better experience. While I'm not saying that traditional medicine doesn't work, regulation around it is an issue. So that is the second thing, education. Then technology. He mentioned that when we have technology, it will help to reduce cost of access. But I'm aware from experience that for you to go into technology, the initial cost to engage or to onboard it is a lot. How do we balance the two? What kind of collaborations can we have to help to cushion that effect? At Hallmark HMO, we have an annual event too that we host. It's called Stakeholders Engagement. And this last one was on technology and financing in the healthcare sector. And one of the panelists mentioned the need for all of us to come together. You know, instead of you have this technology, you have that one, and it's giving you 50% success, your own is doing, why can't you all come together and, you know, have a robust system? So those are the issues I've picked out from all your conversations. You can decide on which one you are comfortable with to just speak to, and then we'll go to the audience and take their own views. So I'll start with you, Dr. Jade.
All right, thank you, madam. Supply side. Once again, I'm happy to announce that we have AXA One Health Medical Center.
Modion, please send her invoice. This is free advice. She's just advertising AXA. Kilode.
One Health Medical Center, Mobolaji Bank Anthony, where Virgin Atlantic used to be, Ikeja. We're launching another one in Victoria Island before the end of the year. Why did I say this? Brain drain is here to stay. You can't stop the doctors that are not happy with the environment from migrating to the UK. But how can we solve that problem? That's what AXA has done. Now we set up One Health Medical Center, which was launched in June 15, this year, 2023, to address that problem of brain drain. Our people are going, but we have people in the diaspora. We have people that are willing to come for mission, that are willing to even come and do surgeries at subsidized rates, which we are partnering with. So right now, it's a multi-specialist center taking expatriates. And when we talk of all the specialties are available there, you can visit them and go online to check them out. So basically, we have people. In fact, there's another AXA, One Health in Egypt. We have collaboration between these expatriates coming to Nigeria also to do services and render endoscopic services, different specialist surgeries, neurosurgeries in Nigeria, because our doctors are going to the UK every day and you can't stop them. Just last week, we lost 3 doctors in Alimosho General Hospital because of burnout. They've worked so well. The statistics is 1 doctor to over 9,000 patients in Nigeria right now, getting close to 10,000. That is not okay. Our doctors are dying of burnout. A house officer in Luth died some weeks back after over 72 hours call. That is what we heard. Burnout, burnout, burnout. How much are we going to kill the existing doctors? I am a doctor too, and that is unacceptable. And if I see a colleague that wants to go, you can't stop them. The government was trying to pass a law. Thank God they backed out. So how can we address that? The supply side is to get expatriates, to get people that are willing to still come to salvage Nigeria, to render medical services. So on the supply side, One Health is there, and we are also collaborating with other partners. I'm glad Dr. Epi is here. Gerocare, we've just signed a contract with them, also for home-based care. So we have a lot of third-party collaborations that are on board that we're doing with pharmacy. We also have a pharmacy benefit scheme for people on chronic disease management. So basically people that are hypertensive, diabetic, that have regular drug refills, instead of going to the hospitals every day.
This, what happened?
We have a PBM scheme, pharmacy benefit management scheme, that is integrated with a lot of pharmacies, all the pharmacies both in the urban and rural areas, where they can go for their drug supply regularly without having to wait for 1 or 2 hours at the hospital. But of course, we encourage at least every 3 or 6 months checkup by their physicians. So it's not just picking the drugs, they must also have their regular checkups. We also drive wellness initiatives. It's called, in fact, our theme for our 10th anniversary is called Wellvolution. Wellness revolution. Beyond treating diseases, we're into promoting wellness. We want our people to be well, and that means our people that are diabetic, we encourage them to have their own glucometers, which we also supply. People that are hypertensive, their blood monitoring, BP monitors, so that they can check.
Please, let's clap for AXA. They are too much.
And when they have issues, they can easily call the doctors. Telemedicine platform is also available. We offer those services also. Bottom line, data is generated from all these appliances and devices, and we also are able to have data analytics and also predict trends and monitor things and also profile more solutions into solving the problem of supply of medical care to our population.
Thank you very much. There's hope, and we hope that One Health will be accessible to all Nigerians, not only your enrollees. But now it's open to only your enrollees.
All Nigerians. Yes. Very soon we're going to Port Harcourt too.
Dr. Ebi, please.
So thank you. I'll also touch a bit on the supply side. But earlier on, I didn't talk much about our subsidiary. So Gerocare has a subsidiary called Medra. Medra basically means Medicare for rural areas. And Medra is our proprietary remote medical consultation solution that is solar powered and works with or without internet. So what happens is that it's deployed to communities, and where the Medra box is the clinic for the community. So the patients come as they will come to any other clinic, except the consultation is via a doctor somewhere else. So it's similar to what Dr. Gideon said. So we have Medra teleclinics in certain rural locations at the moment. So we have one in a place in Delta called Ogeye, which is about 3 hours boat ride from the nearest city. Our plan is to ensure people in remote rural locations are also able to access care leveraging technology using telemedicine. Because as been mentioned, we don't have enough doctors, so the few that we have, let's try and get the most out of them the best way we can. So Medra is our solution for that.
Thank you very much. So I hope you are noting all this. There are opportunities out there within the health care sector. Thank you.
So talking about solutions to these challenges, I'd like to talk on two of them. The first is on personnel. The challenges with the JAPA syndrome, that the doctors and the nurses are actually spearheading in Nigeria. The truth about it is that we can't stop JAPA unless we have a national policy that is a long strategy to address the issue of brain drain in Nigeria. And I'm going to break it down. JAPA is never going to stop until we decide to stop it. But there's also an advantage to Japan, and I will give you the insight into it. So the truth about it is that medical education in Nigeria, to go to medical school, to go to nursing school, is one of the cheapest in the world. I went to school, I went to the best university in Ibadan, University of Ibadan, School of Medicine. Of Ibadan, School of Medicine, the first and the best.
Some people are contesting that.
So, but this is where I'm going. The entire amount I paid for tuition from 100 level to 600 level as a medical student was less than 20,000 naira. Was less than 20,000 naira for tuition.
Old generation.
So I'm telling you that even up to now, medical education, nursing education is so cheap. So what is happening is that there is a comparative advantage that we don't see. We subsidize education in Nigeria, and you have, because we now have a global market, we have a global job market. When people finish, there are opportunities across the country where they are being paid in Forex, and they can earn like times 10 of what they earn in Nigeria. So tell me, who is not going to go? And that's why they are going. It's not going to stop.
Dr. Ebi
So I decided to stay,
and
and I'm explaining something. There is an advantage to it. It's not all negative. And the advantage is that Nigerians go out there, they excel in any chosen medical field. They're the best doctors in UK, the best doctors in America, best doctors in Australia and Canada, where the opportunity lies.
For Nigerians, we're exceptional wherever we go to.
So it's not negative, but we have to have a long strategy, just like China did, to actually look for a way to reverse, to bring them back home. And that's what India did. So the fact that people are going is good. It's not bad, because they are going to learn, they are going to get exposure. But what are we doing to make them come back? That's the question. They are going is not the issue. If we have a national strategy that invests in returning that brain drain, investing in healthcare, single-digit loans, making sure that we create opportunities. Let me give you an example. I'm not trying to advertise this provider. St. Nicholas Hospital has done over 500 renal transplants in Nigeria. I'm going somewhere. The reason why I'm saying this is this. We need to have about 500 of such hospitals in Nigeria with investments that can make us reverse that drain, that medical drain, and we are doing more transplants in Nigeria. It's already happening, but we have to be focused on actually giving that investment to healthcare so that our people can come back home with the resource they have, with the skills they have, to actually give us that quality care. The second is about enforcement. There is nowhere in the world where insurance coverage grows. There is nowhere in the world where insurance coverage will grow without enforcement. There's nowhere. There's nowhere. Even the little success we have seen in insurance today, in general insurance and life insurance, is because of laws that make them mandatory. Your third-party motor insurance, because there is a policeman on the road that's going to check your papers, is mandatory. At least you do your third-party motor insurance. There are laws that must be put in place to enforce insurance, because at the end of the day, if people don't have insurance, cost of healthcare will continue to rise. So enforcement is the way to go at state level, at national level. When we ask people to raise up their hands here, more than half of the crowd, they don't have health insurance, because there is no serious enforcement making it compulsory for you to have insurance. And should somebody have a medical emergency in this space now, the person will expect that the organizer to take care of him. That's the truth. And you don't have insurance. So enforcement has to come to stay at state level, at national level, where we drive inclusion through enforcement. Because if you give people the option to decide whether they want to do insurance, they're not going to do it. They will rather take the risk. They will take the risk, and when that claim comes or that event comes, they will have to pay out of pocket, and that's not what we want to happen. So we have to be serious about enforcement. We as players will continue to do our education, advocacy, to explain why you need to do insurance. But education alone will not solve the problem. There must be direct effort and enforcement and bringing more people under the insurance net. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You can clap very well for him. And if you want to give offering, I'm the usher. No story, I'm the usher. All right, so there's something he mentioned about the issue of enforcement, that even in the insurance palace, the issue of fake insurances is an issue. That third party, even if we're able to achieve 50% of the population with third party, insurance industry will not be where it is right now. We know that in other climes, insurance buys banking, but here is the other way around. And we've talked about Nigeria, why things don't work in Nigeria. Why are we, everything that is, if you do the analysis, this is A plus B will give you C. But when you come to Nigeria, it's not like that. You have to go back to the drawing board when you do your strategy, otherwise it's not going to work. But beyond praying is the activity, the action, and enforcement is a major, major driver for health insurance. I'll take Dr. Gideon.
Okay, thank you very much. Without overflogging the facts about personnel, I'm still going to, give one or two ideas I think that we can also adopt. And why I am, it seems as if all of us are trying to overflog it is because it's a huge problem that we do not seem to recognize as being huge. And that is why one former Minister of Health talked about that doctors can go to the farm, when in actual fact there are not enough doctors in the clinics and all of that. So the solution that I'd like to point is examples we can take from two countries, Cuba and India, are exporting more medical doctors than Nigeria. But both countries are still destinations for medical tourism because they still have enough reserve. Now, it was a policy of the government at a time in the 70s to begin to say that at a certain time in the future, we want to have excess capacity in a particular area. And they made investments and make people to train and all of that. So give, for example, by the way, we are classmates. So I went to that great university you talked about.
Another invoice.
Yes.
University of Ibadan is...
Yes, but the point I want to make about that is that out of all of us that graduated in my set, we have a lot of us in diaspora, but we are here. So meaning with JAPA or no JAPA, even with the increasing incidence of JAPA, you'll find out that everybody doesn't go. So meaning if it is only 10% that stays back, when you produce 1,000, 100 will stay. And when you produce 10,000, maybe 1,000 will stay. And that will begin to address some of that problem. This is not something, that, a solution that is immediate as the need we have. But if we do not begin to think future like that, we will wake up one day with one doctor to 50,000 patients, and by that time it will be too late to do anything. So that's something that, and it comes from this kind of initiatives cannot be driven by individuals. We can create awareness, you can talk about it, but unless there is a policy, an agenda, an encouragement, a funding, a strategic plan by the government to drive this and achieve this objective, to increase the number of output. And this thing is happening in UK now. There was a time they actually wanted to reduce the number of doctors they are producing. But since they left the European Union, a lot of doctors are moving out. That's why they are targeting us that do not have enough to attract. But with the recent strikes in UK, they have put strategies in place to make sure that they want to shorten the time it takes to train doctors. They want to increase enrollment, and all of those is targeting to produce more so that they will not have they won't be in a worse situation, sometime in the future and all of that. The second solution is, when we talk about doctors being one doctor to 9,000, And when you go to countries where is one doctor to 600,000, doctors are in social class 6. They are very rich people. So you will say that the law of supply and demand should mean that doctors should be monetized. I mean, it makes sense. If doctors have excess patients, doctors should be monetized, but I want you to just think about all the doctors you know and how multi they are. We need to grow the demand, the real demand. There are populations of Nigeria everywhere, but how many of them buy healthcare? They don't, because they can't afford it. And the only way to drive demand that has been proven and tested, that has worked all over the world, is either through a social scheme funded by taxpayers or an insurance funded by the contributions of many to take care of the people that fall sick. So we really need to make sure that health insurance works. Let me put it in numbers. The current size of the private health insurance in Nigeria per annum in revenue or in premiums is about 100 billion. And that 100 billion is contributed by, let me agree with him, by 10 million. So just imagine if we can move that 10 million to 50 million, which is still a quarter of the population. We are talking about a 5 times growth in the funds that are available in the healthcare sector. If these funds are there, the doctors will be paid better. I can tell you that it is economic attraction that takes people out there. So that's around supply. But we need to grow the demand so that doctors can get paid enough to incentivize them to stay back. We need to train more doctors. If we don't do that, no matter how much we pay, the people overseas will end up paying more. So we really need to, it needs to be a double, approach for us to be able to achieve that. The other one I want to talk about is the level of ignorance. There was a story I had this morning. It's my sister that called me, my middle elder sister, telling me that his husband's brother, had stroke. He has not gone to hospital. They said they told him it's stroke, so he needs to go somewhere where they will mark him every 8 days for 8 times so that the stroke will not kill him. And to transport themselves to that place takes them 14,000 each time they go. The person that does the marking does 8,000.
Sorry, is this spiritual or traditional? Which one?
This is traditional. This is traditional. They put mark, they use razor and do marks. It will cure stroke.
That's ritual.
Now the point I'm making is that each of those trips cost almost 30,000. And he's going to make 8 of it. So it's not about not having money. It's just pure ignorance.
I think the issue here is about our culture.
Yes.
Where we are coming from.
Yeah.
We are still struggling to get out of it. So it's not really ignorance, it's about belief system. He trusts that system better than the doctor and nurse.
Yes, but just before you end that, you talked something about, we need to, or the government needs to derive a policy that regulates the traditional practice.
Yes.
And then we also need to create access. In this instance, they are going to that location not because there is no hospital close to them. But I can also tell you there are thousands, if not millions of Nigeria that use this method because there is no hospital or alternative around. So it's not, I don't have money. It's just the fact that that is the closest place.
That's what is available.
And all of that. So
Thank you.
We need to regulate them. And
Thank you very much. So if you're an investor, there is an opportunity in the healthcare sector. I'm rounding up now, and I want to take questions from the audience. I know her hand will be the first one up. We had a conversation earlier. That's 1. 2, any other question? Thank you. 3. I can see 3. By the way, I would have been a doctor, but to pass the exams to become a doctor, you and I know that is not easy. They want more people. They should allow us to do the exams and pass. My father of blessed memory worked in University of Ibadan as a professor, and his hope was on me because I was the last born. She would be a doctor. They didn't give me the admission. Thank you. So the first person, yes, please.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dola Kwagbede. I am the founder CEO at Willway Paradigm. I work as a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant. In my previous career, and I'd like to speak to what one of the panelists said about healthcare, what is available from the point of access, quality, and affordability. So in the early 2000s, I was in a space where I had access to healthcare. I had, it was afforded for me, I had a platinum cover, but the quality failed me because I'd like to disclose that I identify as a blind person due to glaucoma. And again, I've been wearing glasses since I was 10. So that meant that for every time I went to go and have a review or check my glasses, as at then, nobody ever took my eye pressures. Then of course, I'm an engineer. I did not know that there were even pressures to take. So I could not ask for the service that was missing that could have supported me. And I'm sure everybody on the panel knows that loss of sight due to glaucoma is preventable as long as it's detected on time. So from the point of view of quality, I was failed. When I disclosed that work, because again, as a service provider, you interact with our HR units, right? So when I disclosed my situation, I was not aware, again, I did not know, my HR also did not know that they could step in and I could have some intervention with the very acute situation that I was in. So I had to do so much out of pocket. And I'm so happy that almost every panelist is attached to a main insuring body. So this is like a two-in-one. I did a lot out of pocket. I was desperate. I was so desperate, I ran around friends and family also. You can imagine because they were not too liquid, they stepped away from me. So it meant also that my support system was not exactly there. Not because they didn't want to, but because they felt inadequate. And then in the end, okay, we're here. We've been here since 2007. But my career continued because I worked in an organization that was willing to have this female engineer remain, and I grew. It was a performance rewarding space. But I now realize that I was now rebuilding my life. Of course, I have liquidated the few assets I had. I had done so much out of pocket. I still have a healthcare cover today, but that does not speak to the specific needs I still have today as a person with permanent impairment. So my question is, now that I've built that context, and this is real, I mean, yes, I hear about the life covers, but the benefits only come when you're gone, right? There's some of us that have this impairment that our lives are not the same. And there's still life, even now. So how do we, how are we supported to make sure from the insurance point of view that we can continue our lives without needing to liquidate and run around so that even our social support remains with us through this kind of journeys? And then in the community that I now represent, you know, there are devices, things that are now used. Now I'm talking about your bigger insurer persons. Yes, NGOs, people like that step in, they give a wheelchair user a wheelchair, but it's a matter of time, wear and tear. A person with blindness or deafness is given smart devices, but somebody else looking at them feels they don't need it. After all, you are blind, and they steal it from you. These are some realities. How do we make sure that losses like that have use cases that you have products for that can address them? I'm really looking forward to hear some answers, and also to have the opportunity to develop more like niche products and services that serve this vibrant community. We did not choose our situation, but it's our reality and we can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take the second and the third
Actually, we've run completely over time.
Okay, so that's all we can take.
Yeah, that's the only question
all right,
we can take.
so
Thank you.
Dr. Olusonya, please speak.
Okay. To respond to that, it's really sad that you went through that. But thank God that we're here today talking about solutions and how to make sure that other people don't face those challenges. Now, talking about quality, the challenges with accessing care for people that need specialized services is really there. There's no doubt about it. And that's why health insurance has come to revolutionize the way care is actually access. So in prevention, going forward with what is in place right now, there are plans that actually help to prevent all these challenges you went through. Because eye care, ophthalmology, optometry, surgeries, you know, they're all covered on our health insurance plans, as long as you can pay those premiums that cover those benefits. So if you had a health insurance plan at that time, and you were probably guided by HMO, that may not have happened. And one of the essence of that is, there is a referral system within the managed healthcare system, managed healthcare model, that ensures that the right person sees the right patient at the right time, in the right place, and does the right thing to get the right outcome. And that's one of the things that, one of the major things that drives us in the health insurance space. So that could have been prevented if you had a good HMO partner that will have guided through all those predicaments when you are having it. But even as of this time, we have access for people that have impairment, and there's no discrimination to you accessing the care on the HMO health insurance platform. At least I can speak for all the HMOs seated here today, who are, you know, reputable HMOs. So our plans will make sure that you get continued care, you don't have further deterioration or further affectation of any organ systems in your body, as long as you have the right benefits to do that. And I think that will actually guide you. But I appreciate the fact that you are leading this course as an advocate to ensure that other people don't fall into these challenges. And that's what the drive for universal health coverage is all about. Mistakes like this, challenges like this. The other side of it is the issue of medical practice. You saw somebody, you saw a professional that did not point you in the right direction. So the truth about it is that when we talk about how do you define a good doctor, a good doctor is not somebody that can do everything. It's not a doctor that can do everything. And that's one of the challenges we have in the healthcare system, and it's the mentality we're trying to change. And we have to change the mentality of the patients themselves, people that go to hospital, and that of the doctor. An average Nigerian believes that this hospital, when I enter this hospital, they should be able to do everything I need there. So they put a lot of pressure on, for example, general practitioners to be able to want to do what they are not trained, they are not licensed to do. And in making diagnosis, they make a mistake. Even where they don't make a mistake, they want to dabble into things they don't have an example. I'll give you an example. I was working as a medical officer in a private hospital, and about 2 a.m., a couple came in, rushed into the emergency room with blood over their abdomen. They had just been shot about 10 minutes ago while trying to drive into their home at about 2 a.m. I think they went for a night party or something. As they were about to drive in, robbers shot them. And immediately I assessed the wound. I told the lady that in this hospital, we don't have what it takes to handle this emergency. What I can do is to stop the bleeding, apply some bandage and all that, stop the bleeding, and direct you in the direction of the best hospital that I think can handle this thing at this time. In the next 1 hour, if you can get to that hospital, you'll be in the theater, because you need to go through an exploratory laparotomy and emergency surgery to actually bring out the bullet. The lady and the husband, they started arguing with me that I'm a bad doctor, I should do something. I said, I'm not a magician, I can't do it. I don't have what it takes. But I need to refer you to where you can get that treatment now, a hospital that has that skill, that has that expertise, and you have more than 90% chance of survival. And I was able to convince them, and they left. Another hospital will have admitted those people, ask for a deposit of 2 million.
Yes.
Start doing what they cannot do.
Yes.
At the end of the day, the patient dies. So the issue of medical negligence is also an issue, which is a regulatory issue that we need to address. HMOs are not regulators of medical practice, but we actually are gatekeepers in the sense that when we monitor healthcare providers, we hold them accountable to minimum standard of best practice. And when they fall short, we don't actually spare, we don't encourage that. We expose it and we look for ways to actually make sure that that issue is addressed by pointing the direction of the regulator where necessary, where something has really gone bad and that person needs to be held accountable. Where we can remedy it and provide improvement, we actually constitute what we call a quality improvement panel, where we actually look at how we can help that provider to improve and make sure that that mistake is not made again. That does not stop the patient from actually going legal and actually holding them accountable in the courts and all that. There's nothing wrong with that. But we are being transparent to make sure we address and expose all medical malpractice that occur under our watch with our quality assurance systems. So
Thank you.
There's an opportunity to address that with the HMO care that we have.
Thank you very much. I guess we have come to the end of this session. We'll get there. Nigeria will get there. We know we've had a lot of medical negligences. Each of us in this room can point to one person that we know suffered from medical negligence. But we'll continue to pray that Nigeria will get out of it. We'll continue to have better quality health access. But more importantly, please, once you have that verdict, seek a second opinion, seek a third opinion. And if you are doing your annual medicals in a particular place, they are not picking anything every year, please change to another one, just in case. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doctor, well, as they're clearing the stage, can you please answer a quick question? I think I've been watching too many action movies. Is it that hard to take a bullet out of somebody that's been shot? Isn't that difficult? Yeah, isn't that difficult? No, it's not. It's not a universal thing.
It's not easy.
I've watched too many movies. Way too many.
And sometimes the patient is better off letting himself and you take it.
Yeah. We've learned something today. Great stuff. A round of applause for our panelists. Very, very informative discussion. All right, we've been flashing a phone number on the screen there yes, there it is. Early startups seeking matchmaking with funders and mentors. David Larry Messon, DLM, as he likes to go by. Of course, he gave a speech yesterday. You can also contact the brains behind the operation here, Odion Aleobua. Startups need funding, so do call those numbers and get your dream angel investor to hopefully get you off the ground and help you scale. All right, it's time for some awards. We're going to recognize a number of the companies that are here. Odion is behind. Odion, I can't see you. He's behind me here. He's going to hand over some of these awards. Do you want to say anything about how special these companies are?
Okay. All right, good afternoon. And thank you for participating in this year's IMT. This year, we're introducing the IMT Awards. And this is because we believe in recognizing ideas, innovation, and collaborations which inspires others to follow suit. we are staking our reputation on these awards because we believe that they deserve due recognitions. And hello? Oh my God. No. There was someone we promised we were going to have involved in the HMO talks. It was about disability insurance. And I would love one of the HMO speakers to just speak to that. Please.
Okay, so I think it's very important that at least we discuss disability insurance in the country, as well as based on the fact that we did get that question during the conversation. So we're going to work on getting one of our HMOs back here. But it was, again, once again, a great conversation on healthcare. A number of the issues that we've discussed today link with what we discussed yesterday. As far as Nigeria's issue seems to be scale and affordability. So, I mean, look at your pension numbers, only 10 million. I mean, by the way, that's 10 million RSAs, right? Your retirement savings accounts, 9% health insurance, at least as far as the number of people that have health insurance in the country, pretty low. So we got to scale and get those numbers up. Okay, Odion's back. Did you get the speaker?
Awesome. So my team just told me that that was discussed. So I'm happy. Now let's go to the awards.
So you weren't paying attention, that's what I'm saying. You're busy.
I was everywhere.
You're always everywhere. You're omniscient. All right. We're going to start with the okay, this is the award for micro penetration for financial inclusion. Do we have nominees, or we just go straight to the winner? All right, I watched too many movies again, award shows where we do the drum roll and everything. All right, so the IMT award. Okay. Why do you love? Okay, Ugodre, he says you're going to. You love calling on Ugodre all the time. Ugodre Obichukwu, founder, chief analyst at Nairametrics. Can you join us on stage? And also one of the media partners for the IMT awards. We'd like for you to join us on stage to congratulate the winners of these awards. I hope you guys read Nairametrics. I get a lot of my information for them. Awesome website. Round of applause for Ugodre. He never plans these things. Odion just calls him up. Just calls him up. He said that I was calling to give him an award. Ugo, don't worry, you have an award, don't worry. Alright, so the award for micro penetration for financial inclusion goes to Awaba. And of course, Tunji Andrews is here. Well done. Tunji, you're doing Awaba, sorry. I said Awaba, I'm so sorry. Tunji, you're doing the work. Well done, sir. Well done. Awaba. Well done. You guys need to get a cue from Tunji and wear sparkling shirts with the title of your company on it. Tunji, well done. Congratulations. Yes, and say a few words. Yeah. I want to thank God and thank...
No. I want to thank the power of my team who believed in me when we decided to take this crazy journey to distribute financial services at the last mile, pensions, inclusion, insurance. It's been a hard 2+ years, but days like this just make it clear that when we started out, we're not actually stupid, and we're looking at something great into the future. So we hope that in the years to come, we'll look back at this and say, this was one of the things that spurred us on to continue to go into greatness. Thank you very much, everyone.
Congrats again, Tunji. All right. Our next award is for Promising Product of the Year. This product shows a lot of promise, got a bright future. The award for that, FastClaim Solutions. Congratulations, congratulations. A round of applause to FastClaim. Promising Product of the Year. Well done, sir. Well done. And of course, Mr. Uche Okogu, founder of FastClaims. Well done. Speech.
Thank you so much. I'm going to say a big thank you to Odion. He believed in our product. And we at FastClaim, the whole team of FastClaim, it took us a while to come up with this product. And also the regulators. And that when we started the product, we went to meet the regulators and they were so excited and they encouraged us. And to all those insurance companies we onboarded, and they were happy to be on the platform, I want to tell you a very big thank you. And we appreciate and love you. Thank you all.
Congratulations again, sir. All right, our next award is for the Best Insurance and InsurTech Collaboration. It looks like we've got two winners here, because this, I guess, dual award, Best Insurance and InsurTech Collaboration, goes to ETAP and ICO. Congratulations to you both. Please come on stage and get your award. Best Insurance InsurTech Collaboration. Ibrahim Babalola, CEO ETAP, and Lusanjo Shodimu, Chief Digital and Innovation Officer ICO. Well done, well done.
This is to all underwriters out there that it's possible to collaborate and win together. Like we said earlier on, please be bold, go for it, find a product, find the right partner, then develop to make insurance accessible to all our customers out there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Sorry, I didn't really prepare to do a speech. Thank you, everybody. It's a real honor for us. I think that it validates, the crazy idea that we had to redesign and reinvent insurance in Africa. We are fueled by the support of, our board, led by Mr. Lauren Ibe, our director, Sadia, and everybody, our investors, Toyota, Tangerine, Newmont, and our incredible team. I think Juk and MQ are here. They make it fun to work together and collaborate together. And I think that we really need to dedicate this to Piyush, Mr. Piyush from ICO. who really started the IECO and ETAP collaboration, so hopefully we'll come back here next year to talk about how we've driven penetration for motor insurance from 2 in 9 to 4 in 9 or 5 in 9, and then it can all, be worthwhile. But thank you very much.
Congratulations to you both. And Ibrahim, I'm not letting this thing go. ATAP next year, we need a notification if you block somebody's card that goes straight to your phone. All right. Insurance Company of the Year. Does anyone want to take a guess at who wins? If you get it right, Odeon, they win an insurance policy for a year from, no? All right, final award now. The Insurance Company of the Year goes to Leadway Assurance. Well done. Well done. Well done, Leadway Assurance. Insurance Company of the Year. All right, we do have representative Leadway for the Odeon is a stats man. Leadway, again, first insurance company in Nigeria to cross 100 billion naira in gross written premiums. Gotta applaud that. That's not easy. That is not easy. That is not easy. And we have the first woman on stage to win it, to collect an award, I think, if I'm correct. Fantastic. Good stuff. Great stuff.
Everyone, I just want to say thank you to our customers, our corporate clients, our brokers for making this possible. We want to thank them for being at the center of what we do as a business. I will continue to do that from products, from products to innovation to all the things that we do in terms of providing solutions to non-financial banking sector in Nigeria. Will continue to be who we are to our customers. We say thank you and have a good evening, everyone.
We're going to make Ugodre give another closing remark. Yeah? Ugodre, yes, another one. Again, can you imagine 2 in a row? 2 in a row. Yes, we're done. We're done. We're done. Yeah.
All right. As usual. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here this long. I'm sure this has been a very instructive and beneficial 2-day session. If you are someone who maybe haven't really been exposed to insurance, to the insurance business in Nigeria, I'm sure over the last 2 days you must have learned a lot. If you ever doubted how important or how significant insurance is to the Nigerian economy, I'm sure that they must have cleared your doubts over the last 2 days. So please, all the insurance companies that have been here today and all the insure tech companies as well, let's all, participate, or let's all be part of their business, whether it's by downloading the app or using the app, or even getting insured. Please, it's very important to use their products, and then let's help the insurance company grow. And of course, to the organizers of this session, Modion Communications, thank you so much for doing this. This is the second year running. It's not easy putting shows like this together. Very important that you're having insurance and technology come together in one house. We can only look forward to much better and bigger as well, bigger settings like this next year. And of course, to all the partners as well, thank you all very much for all your support. Very important that you support things like this. It's always important to bring the ecosystem of tech and insurance together in one house. Thank you all so much, and of course, enjoy the rest of your evening and safe journey to everyone from here to your respective destinations. Thank you.
Rotus insisted that I say the last word. And I just realized that this has been the greatest 2 days of my life. You know, this started from a brainstorming. We just thought we consult for the insurance sector and we can see a missing link. Why don't we just create an opportunity for insurance to meet tech? So what started as just a subject has become a platform. And Cassava told me yesterday he wants it to be a movement. So first of all, give yourself a round of applause. We've organized conferences across the world. Last year we were in South Korea, and I know what it means to maintain a steady participation over 2 days. So thank you so much. And you know, almost every session we had the moderator saying, you need to give Odeon needs to send you an invoice for additional payment. So for those who you know sincerely that you are owing me, don't leave this room without dropping a check. We have an app for collecting money very sharp, right? But that leads me to something that I didn't expect. I'm actually leaving this room with 2 additional people saying, I can see what you've put together. We are going to be sponsor post-event. DLM, co-founder, and Ibrahim, ETAP, they decided to, so this is the first time, perhaps this must be a record, we might be speaking to Guinness World of Record, for sponsorship after the closing ceremony. So thank you, but we are not going to stop. If you were at 1.0, let me see your hand. There are a few people who were at 1.0. Oh, awesome. I'm sure you saw what 1.0 looked like, right? Hello? You saw what 1.0 looked like. And you could see what 2.0 had pivoted. Look forward to 3.0. I assure you, it will be the biggest event. No, it will be the biggest insurance, InsurTech, and HMO event in Africa. We mean it. Mine is to dream, yours is to support me. But most importantly, we do not want this conversation to just be conversations. That is why I will be thanking NICOM for sending 4 people to listen to every conversation that happened here today. My prayer is that as you are wowed, so should you be your report and your leadership. But like I said, we are building at 3.0 around NICOM and the policy environment. So you do not have a choice. I've announced it publicly now. So if you do not participate, it is on you. Right? But thank you so much. And I hope you have enjoyed the last 2 days of what we put together and enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much. Oh, please. It would be wrong of me not to thank Microsoft, our diamond sponsor, Cassava, our sponsor and insurer of this event, Ayo Nigeria, Old Mutual, and Leadway. And for those who joined later, First Founders, who is anyway, first of all, our community partner, and ETAP. ETAP, I've called your name. I think we should talk about how much you want to give me again, right? Thank you so much. Rotus actually did this for me for free. Because I just then realized he said thank you to me, and I then realized I should be the one saying thank you publicly. So, Rotus, thank you. And you know what Rotus done?
is that for every time we host this event, he takes someone from here and put them on their show. And he did that again, right? And his show is one of the most influential platforms on TV right now. So Rotus, when we are 10, we'll be telling a story around you. And when I write a book, one chapter will be dedicated to you.
Ladies and gents, thank you so much. It's been great. Enjoy your weekend. You guys are awesome. Take care.
Hey, and to the Modion teams. Thank you to the Modion team, the conveners of the Insurance Meet-Tech. How could I forget you guys? I mean, these guys did not leave this place at 3 a.m. on Wednesday. Thank you guys, I love you.
For the light to shine, suddenly you were here, an angel. Slowly I drift off. Money on my mind. Care what they yarning about me in particular. Come. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know what I'm chasing for me. All along I be man, but my love. Rock up the edition, my love. If you want to let